Okay. I don't know what's happening for the questions on YouTube. Just give me a minute. Come on, Antoli. Come on, Antoli. For myself, for what I do, for what I think, and what I believe you must know about this channel. It's my diary in a way, talking to myself. My heart is beating. No one's here. It's hard to share something with an alternative of your own self. We need to share with the alternative of ourselves. Although we're speaking to ourselves and we're looking for a comeback from ourselves. I'm looking for rational, logical, emotional understanding of every word, every number, every situation on this channel, that my strength and my backbone is everybody that partakes here, now, and in the future, that understands that if you want to know more about what I do here in numerology, other than what you've seen for the last 75 years or 80 or 90 years, I'm not going to say for thousands of years, because it's what you've been hearing, what has been written for over thousands of years in numerology. Sending myself a heart. There's no one here. I'm going to wait a couple of minutes to start. I ask myself, how do I keep creating? How do I keep finding fish upon my wish? I wish for something, or I fish for something, and I catch it. Thing is, I'm using my noodle. So I need help from all the noodles out there, right? That if you have a question, it's only within your desire to know that I can go fishing, because you gave me what to fish for. And because I have the right fishing equipment, I can catch something. Because it was your noodle, right, that put it, you seeded me, right? And the plant grew, and it grew around me, and I saw the situation. I saw the lake that the fish is in. Lake of fire. And I know there was a shark, because the shark is in the tank. Now, the question, if the shark is in the tank, it's got to be in the salt water, in the oceans. From the belly we were born. From the belly we were born in the salt tank. Was it a salt tank? Was it a lake? When we were being born through our mothers, through the vessel, was it in the lake? The science of being a doctor, of an understanding, of a logic, of seeds that have passed through you, through words in which resonated you. Yet when you started to learn alternative realities, they distorted your thinking because of your misconception, because your full analyzation couldn't understand the logic and rationality between the atom, the electron, and the proton, and the hydrogen. Because if I say hydrogen, what are you going to say? If I say ball, a lot of people will say round, bounce, throw, pass, sports. But when it came to words and small little phrases, we were like where do babies come from, right? Well, where do babies come from? Do you know where babies come from? Here are the babies. Here's the babies. Well, I got to see what's happening because my screen in front of me is the wrong way. Let me see what's happening. Oh, I think it's showing it the good way. Okay. So these are babies. You know, like balance, right? All words that begin with BA. And then to earth you become 28, 25, 1 and 2, 28. You want to know what other part of the bay you are? Sitting on the dock of the bay. I let the numbers do the talking. So if you want to ask me a question, I'm going to create a situation numerically that'll tell you a story. But with these babies, what you have, basic, is you have bay 28, you have air 28, you have man 28. Inside of air, you have 9, 1, and 18. 1, 2, and 9. Within your 1, there's automatically 8. Within R, there's automatically 8. Within I, there's automatically 8. With the A, 1, there are 8 that go around. With the A1 being all that is on the outside, being 1 that is all that is inside outside, to the corners, it is 4 and 1. From corner to corner, it's 1 and 2. You can also travel what you say as 2 and 1. The reality of the dots, 3, 5, and 7, 1, 5, and 9, A, E, and I, C, E, and G. So if you want to talk about numbers, here, this cube, this magical cube. Okay, hold on, the dog lady. Hello, Laurel. How are you? I'm busy right now doing a live video, so whatever I say is going to be heard amongst the sky people. You could or speak to me right now, but everybody's not going to hear you, but I'm going to be speaking my voice and they'll hear me. So we can keep it short. I am coming to the house today. Okay. Okay. Unless you went out the back. Yeah, yeah. Well, okay. Yes, yes. Oh, you can lock the door. Oh, that's fine. You can lock the door. I have the buzzer to get in. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I'll speak to you later. I'm going to let you go. Sorry. Okay, thank you very much. Merry Christmas. Christ is 77 for power, and Mass is number 33 for the Son that's inside all of us. Number 54. The vessel of creation is the woman. Okay, have a good day. Okay, bye-bye. The vessel of creation, 1, 2, and 9, as I have spoken. A, B, and I. But I already said, what did I say? Yes, I said A, H, and I. I also said A, I, and R. So let me just let me wipe the sniffles. I have, I don't know what it is. Okay, but I got the sniffles. So let me get back over here. Hold on a second. Let me write this out. Did I bring my books in over there? I didn't bring my new book in, eh? I came in, but I didn't bring my book. I had to bring my book in. Yes, I brought the book in. So I'm not seeing any comments, right? Oh yeah, over here I can probably see comments. Okay, let me see. Let me see. I like to do this. Yeah, if you like to help out the channel, here's my I'm not sure if you can see that, but that's at the beginning if you like to help out the channel. I'm a little awkward right now. I prayed intercession, peace, and prosperity. So right now I was talking about the word air, man, bay, bees. Now I'm not sure how to spell that. I think it's B-E-E, I think apostrophe S. Is it apostrophe S? And then and what is the other word? Air, man. There's other words. Oh, yes, the moon cycle. The moon cycle, right, is 28. So you have to mark down the word 20, and you have to mark down the word 8. Right? Now, how do you spell that word 8? Is it A-T-E? Right? Is it A-T-E? Remember, in this work, if the Lord is transparent, if the Lord and Creator is transparent to leave the blueprints for recreation, then it's here amongst us right now. Now I'm calling out for TikTok. I'm taking a 2-second break, or let's make it a minute. Hello, Cynthia. How you doing, Art Cherry? Okay. The tree, the ocean. Yes, that's another thing. I want to know if it's a saltwater ocean. When you're in the womb at birth, is it a saltwater ocean? Yes, no, what do you think? Let me know. But we have to send the message out on Tiki Talkie. When I first came on here on Tiki Talkie, on a live through I had another portal when I came on here as a live. They said that we're doing you a favor because you have only 200 people, right? So somebody got me. When I left that channel, right? So sorry, first I went in game mode and I had 1,700 people here. Although the average time they stood on my channel, right, was about 5 seconds, I still had 1,700 people here. Now I have 0. It is uncanny that I do a numerology that for me is being done and has been done by thousands and millions of people. Yet they've been individually putting these items together, like being in a laboratory with a certain mixture. You're in a laboratory right now watching this video, and that mixture you're making exists somewhere else in creation. It's a mathematical equation that will help understand the association between dots and dashes right now. Is it a wave? What is that number? What is it creating? Is it creating a straight line? Is there a decimal point with it? If it's 1 divided by 3, then it'll be 1.333. So look where 1 is. Remember where 1 is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 0, star, pound. Do you not see the transparency that the Creator, the architect, left for us, in which the Creator musically orchestrated orchestrated, orchestra, whale, orca, black and white under the judgment. And we know because of the skunk. We also know the little bit of power that jets out, and that's because of the zebra. And all the animals that are black and white, or just black, or just white, are telling us the story within their realm on a different level. Not all words are put in the same area. I got person, place, or thing, and that's under noun, you know? So I got the noun. And then I got the verb. And the verb got disturbed. It became the ad for the verb. Is that the ad? Is that the ad or the add-on or the adverb, right? No, the adverb is the dada verb, right? Where the baba, where is the baba verb, right? The dada, and the mama or the moo or the mama is the mama verb, right? Like a.m. in the morning, mama, 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 mama. So which world have you come in through? The sun, right? The divided world. We have to understand that we come here with mama, in love under the divided sun. And I say that because with dada and mama, we come into the same home. Both the M and the D are in the same house. It is M13 and it is D04. We come into the O house, the O04, okay, a singular letter is going to tell us we come into the divided house. If we put O4, 4D, it'll tell us we come into the mirror house, because what is all of nothing is the heavens of one that has been divided. We live amongst the two worlds. We are the mortar between the bricks. And then if we want to turn the wall the other way, we'd be the bricks between the mortar, connecting multiple bricks while we sleep, pending whether you want to put the bricks this way or this way. Isn't that funny? Look at my hands. This way, pointed the same way, opposite positions. Every movement we make is telling another story in that reality. So the only other way to create the contour to this would be doing this, and I'm automatically turned to one side, turn to the other side, or they're going to come down from up there and put their hands this way to us to connect. See the two wings, the two thumbs, 4, 1, and 1, 6, because the 6 world we're in. If I did it this way, it would be the 5 and 5 world. You do know the E world is a split between the nose. One side and the other side are not the same. But in this world, it looks the same, but it's not the same from the other connection that we have. There's 2 moons in the other connection of Mars. The 2 moons of the one nose, the pig nose, is a 360-degree nose. Oink, oink. The skunk, the zebra, the arbitre, the A, the B, the R, the A, the B, the I. just want to go back to these letters that I wrote out here, all related to number 28. 4 by 7 equals 28. 2 by 14 equals 28. 1 by 28 equals 28. 3 times 9 and a third. 3 times 9.333 equals 28. Let's say 27, add 1. It's 27 plus 1. It's going to be 4 times 5 times 5 equals 25 plus 3. 5 times 6 equals 30 minus 2. And that's how we get to 28, right? Now, the other thing is 8 times 3.5 equals to 28. Now, why are we working with number 28? What was the thing about number 28? It was following the woman's menstrual cycle, understanding that the birth comes into the IT system. The birth comes into the IT system, how the letters are connected to the numbers. Now, you can say, well, I don't believe. Remember where we are right now. Do you know where you are right now? What you have done, you opened up this page. In my page, okay, I should call this the cartoon channel. I think I'm going to change everything and call this the cartoon channel. What I do is make cartoons. And my cartoons are based on, right, basic elements that we see in our everyday life. A set of dice, how about a bigger dice, or a calculator, the ATM. Every single word or letter in the alphabet is going to tell me a story. The story I tell with that letter, with that number, you can say, hey, I want to participate. We need a participation page. So you can say, I mean, and I'm gonna ask some, like, what might be silly to an adult, right? It might be silly to you, but when your 3-year-old grandson or granddaughter is asked the same question and answers that question, you are going, oh my God, I can't believe they found the letter B. I said, where's the letter B? And the little girl or the little boy of 2 years old picks up the letter B. Oh my God, it's going crazy. And does the B look like anything? Oh yeah, the B somehow looks like an E because it's got 3 markings in it. But they're short markings. If they're short markings, it must mean because it branches out to 2 sides. If one is long as one is short, you can draw the angle, and we now have a V that's going to connect. So within the E world is now a V, showing me we have a valley connecting 2 worlds together, and the valley, which fills up with water, now we can swim to both sides. So I have the V. And if I have a V, I can separate that in the center, right? I can separate that in the center, and I can have this side and I can have that side. I now can have 2 sides, and if I flip it around, I have the walls in between, right? If I flip a V around, it does like this, and then you have your little swimming pool here, and I have my little swimming pool up against the wall over here. First we have the V this way, then you put the V this way. So imagine, right? Imagine we have these 2 books like this. The V is going like this. The water is in between. The V is going like this. The water is in between. We swim from side to side. Then they turn the V like this. Now you have a pool on one side and a pool on the other side, and everything underneath is joining the 2, the underworld controlling the elements of the 2 sides. Let me go in the kitchen and warm up my tea. I'm going to be back. I'm so happy for TikTok here. There are 0 people on TikTok. 0. Hundreds of million, greatest app in the world. But when I get on, there are 0. Numerology. Okay, I know somebody's here and they're showing me 0, right? They're showing me 0. They're showing me that there were how many that showed up, and I have to do this. I got a diamond. That's very good. Flare. Use a flare to attract more people. Wow. Let me see what that says. Okay. So there's nobody here. Okay, and I know Ravenspell might be here. Right, let me see if there's any other comments where I can see the comments. Okay. Right. So it doesn't say, okay. So now it shows 1 person, but I know there's more people. I know, or I believe. How can I possibly know if I'm not there? I can only say what I believe through the science over time. What has been mentioned to me. Right? What has been mentioned to me over time? What I heard over time. Real, not real. It's real. I heard it with my ears. Truth? Of course it's the truth. I heard it with my ears. They call it shadow banning. They're shadow banning me. What did you say to the right? You believe in that? You're a conspiracist. What did you say to the left? You did hear it. But is it true? That's what I asked to the center. Is it true what the left says, what I heard, and what the right says, thinking if I believe it or not, that if I should believe it, I become a conspiracist? So now I have to stand in the middle and tell you or say to you or discuss with you, what do you think? Should I believe it or not? Is it a possibility? First off, we're going to go to deductive, rational, and logical thinking. Has it ever been done to anybody else? Well, since I'm not in that field, and I've been told this by people that are in the field, I'm going to believe the science that yes, it is being done. Is it being done to me? I don't know. Do they say that AI listens to us? Yes, they do. But if I believe it, what? I'm a conspiracy. How come? Oh, because I believe something? Don't forget, we never know. Give everything a chance. Could be right, could be wrong. So you're always trying to protect yourselves. I'm going back to Egypt because in Egypt, they have protection for you. Even in the time of Pharaoh, they said the Ramses came out when they farmed the land. So they farmed the land, or was that short for pharmacy? And was Ramses short for the condom, for the condominiums that they supported, okay, the Hebrews who built the bricks and the mortar, brick and mortar. Think about it. Think about it. The story's a little backwards. They were there as students to learn from the teachers, from the Pharisees. That's why they were there. The cube is black because it is hidden. Well, we're going to look at two items right now. We're going to look at two different items. We are going to look black versus silver. Are you ready? Black, black versus silver. So we're going to take this out first. I'm going to put this over here. Let me bring my camera down a little bit. And like I said, ever since I got rid of the, right, I have Tiki-Taki in my, I have Tiki-Taki. See the way you can see through here? This is what the black shows, right? Let me see. So this is what the black is showing right now. The black screen is showing this. The black screen is showing this. The black screen is showing this. Now the silver screen is showing this. Is there a difference between the silver and the black? I'm going to try and see if we can get the both of them out here. Doesn't the black make you seem like it's further back? I'm not sure if I'm getting it on both cameras properly. Let's do it again. Silver. Silver. Black. I know it's not the same thing, but anyways, just getting that little piece out of the way. Let me get back over here. Trying to find out if there's any chat. I like my own video. Hold on a second. Whoa, I just lost my video. Just give me a second. Let this work. Okay. Yes. The nose knows we are supported. Oxygen is completely different through the nose or mouth. Disturbed nav bank. Yes, we have the bank, the BA, right. That's what I did yesterday. Okay, very good. We have the bank. And how is everybody doing today? Please do not hesitate to ask me questions. Maybe somebody can ring my bell and say, hey, there's a question, right? I like to talk about also that there's this big black cube. They call it Kaaba. Let me see if I can find it on here, right? What is the name of the big black cube that the seniors of the group called ISLAM? What cube is that? Kaaba. Upon arriving in Mecca, now, is there any reason they call it Mecca? Would you like to know what the science says? Is there any reason they call it Kaaba? Would you like to know what the numeric science says? What does the black box mean in Islam? Black stone was a further symbol of this as a meteorite that had fallen from the sky and linked heaven and earth. A meteorite fell from the sky, linked heaven and earth. Here's that meteorite. Here's the story of the meteorite. I'm going to tell you the story of that meteorite right here. If we use a black, remember the difference between black and white? Once we write all over white, it becomes black, right? So the black means a story has been written. Now, I believe the story of blue means a story has been lived, not only written, but lived and written, having the blue within it. That's what I'm assuming. Having the red is all the sorrow, okay, or division, right? All the stop and go of life within the red. The skies are blue today, the sun can shine. The sky is cloudy today, but the sun pierces through the clouds. Understanding the color commentary of our newscasters on the weather is also going to arrange onto the understanding of words. And within those words, because of their numeric evaluation or value in the multitudes of equations or a multitude of numeric houses in which the alphabet resides. If it is in Hebrew, it will reside in its numeric fashion, R200. If it is in gematria, counting by 6, then the O letter would be 90, our birth. If we are counting within the alphabet known of A1Z26, then the O would be the 15th letter. If we were using Mighty Messers, the Keys to Wisdom math cipher, the O would be 6 times 15, 90 plus 1 plus 5 equaling to 96. In O, we be in the rotation, according to that cipher, in the birth of 33, the birth to the face of, or the half face of life. Yes, born under the one-eye moon, the half face of the sixth life. We are a full dozen eggs, but our creation goes into the key tray at 30. I know you're writing that down, right? Going into the key tray at 30, we just said 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 1 between 2, between 1 between 2, an area space that you need before you reunite on an upper level. You can take the 1 here and the 1 here, and you join it up here. The house of 6 is the way it works. You have 1 here and you 1 here, and you join them here. And then you join these 2 here and these 2 here. And then beside it becomes the accordion as it goes up and it goes down and it goes up. The minute I show this area over here, now you have a passageway from above or below. I change this whole design so we can understand the movement, to understand the words, so that we can understand the numbers, so that we can then understand the characters of the letters, that these letters are in the position of the alphabet that they are. And the oldest calculating piece of all time before the separation, I believe, is that when the Lord created, right, or wanted to share, to connect the rest of everything together, they created the last language and the last alphabet. English, connecting to French, connecting to Latin and Italian, connecting to the 26-letter alphabet where A1 ending without a tail, A through Z ends without a tail. Gematria ends with a tail. In fact, Gematria 1 through 7-1, 1 through 7-1 shows you there are two houses where the gateway is the power of 77 born within inside the student Yo Alev. Between Earth and Mars, the E-world create under the divided sun, connected by the three moons of communication in the canine or the house of the dog or the soul, where resides the communication of the 9 lives of the cat. 9 times 11 is 99. Under $1 keeps us within the Earth realm. Over $1 connects us to Mars. Mars has the $sign on your keyboard, and the 3 has the pound key, for it is within the pound the house we are. And what's funny about the pound key is that on Rubik's Cube, all the corners show 3. That within the pound key, all the corners show 2. When you create this sign, you'll see 2 walls to a point. In this design over here, right over here, right? You see this design over here? In the top one, you're going to see 2 walls and 3 walls and 2 walls and 3 walls and 4 walls and 3 walls and 2 walls and 3 walls and 2 walls. According to Rubik's Cube, there will be 3 area colors in each corner. There will be 2 colors in between and 1 in the center. Which one do we believe? Other than the fact that the face of your 9 birth, here is your 9, the face of who you are. Now, when you go around the cube all the way on the sides over here, and then over here, and then over here on the outside, you'll have 3 areas on the outside, 3 areas on the outside, 3 areas on the outside, and 3 areas on the outside. That's your 12, but it's really only 9 cubes. It's 9 of 12. 9 cubes. 3 and 3 and 3 and 3 side faces. But you only get to see the 8 cubes. I will explain it. You will have a 9 face. When you go around the outside, right? When you go around the outside, let me see if I have something here already prepared. When you go around the outside, you're going to see 3, and then you're going to see 3, right? And then you're going to see 3, and then you're going to turn around and, then you're going to turn around and see 3 again. So that's going to be 12. Right, for the 12 zodiac signs. Then what you're going to know is that you never use this one. Once you're born, it's always there. You're only going to use 8 cubes in order to get the 12. 6 times 2, 6 plus 2 will create that situation. Your 9 and your 12. Your 12 is used in a formation. Here's your 9. Here's your 12. Here's your 18. You can say lira, because what happens with this is we have two separations, so call that the separation. We also have a center over here. We also have that thing that turns around, starts off and shows you your first side. When it turns around, your 90-degree angle. Your 90-degree angle where the 9 is the separation to the 180 degrees. That when you go around, it'll be 180 part on this side to 180 part on this side. So that when we go around, what they call the semicircle. But this part of the semicircle is going to be 18, as marked off by the 18 here and the 18 here. So let me mark that down. We also brought it up over here. I'm just going to see if I have it in a recent design. Oh, don't you worry. I've got thousands of books. Thousands of books. We can basically put it that way. What happens is when you go to sleep at night, you lie down on 180 degrees. Now, can we stand up during the day on that 180 degrees? Do we go in between the two sleeping areas? I have to continue on this artwork in my on my paint to understand. But I look at it this way. When we're up during the day, here's the cap. This cap, when you're lying down, this is where your IP spirit heaven is, in the ship. Now, my question is, if this is the ship over here, and this is your head, and this is your feet, right? Should I put 2 R's going down here? Well, I do have 2 R's down here, except the center arm has a cap connecting the legs. Back to back and back to front to understand how the R letter will continue. You sleep, you get the 180 degrees, you connect to the two areas. Sorry, you get the 180 degree here and the 180 degree here divided by the ship, right, which is your sex area. Even if you don't have the legs, it doesn't matter. You still need the head. You still need that last connecting area over here, which relates down into here. It doesn't matter if you have the legs or not, okay? So your I is this division here. Your L angle goes this way. One of the reasons for an L angle is it's L for left, L for 12, reverse 15. The 15 means you have your E world. You have your A, your division, okay, into the E world. 2 and 1 and 2 and 1. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2. You have created communication. You have created the 10-4 communication CB code, and it's even shown here, okay, on these dice cubes, right? 10, 4. You're 1, 3, 4, 10. Or you're 5, 5, 4, 10. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, and 4 is 8. You've created the heavens of Mars. 5 times 5, 5 plus 5 is 25. Earth is 2 and 5. 1 cuts in half, 1 builds it back up. 5 is the E world of 10. It is the J world, J, J, J. 2 and 3, 5. 1 and 4, 5. When you have the 2 5s, you have the 4 communication. The payout in the game of craps is 2 to 1. When you give them an extra dollar, or the dividing sun is the value of the dollar, or you get paid 9 to 5, which is birth in the E world. If you ever take a look, right, here is 5. The total area space on this cube, and I'm going to get to those questions in a second. The total number of area spaces void on that cube, right? I can't find the calculator right now, but it's right here. If you see 6, let me see if I can do this properly. There you go. So we've replaced all the numbers with the cube. I'm going to show it up here also. I've replaced all those numbers. You can see the numbers. 4, 5, and 6 are in the center. You can see it over here on the low one. See that? This is 9. This is 9. These are our tools to find creation, to understand creation. The tools to understand creation, because I am learning what is the alphabet characters. The alphabet characters that will create the words, that with every single dictionary, you will have a definition. You can have a thesaurus. You can give me the color commentary of every single word. Can you give me the commentary, the color commentary of the letter A? Can you describe the A as an Africa or apple or atom or arrangement? But you can also say derange. So if you're saying derange, can you say arrange? And by using the arrange and the derange, you already know that the two letters of A and R can be used in a multitudes of understanding in which can contort a word. Are you going to derange, derail? Are you going to arrange? Okay, and words that start with AR or RA, telling different kinds of stories. We started off this video talking about number 18, number 1, 8, and 9 association in the word air, where I in the air, let me see, the I letter has the dot on top. The J letter has the dot on top. The T connects both worlds. Why just the T? Because it is the gateway of I. It is the IT system. It is the birth between 9 and 9. The house of bait brings upon it the birth. It puts a cap upon the two areas. The vessel coming in here of the IT system is the woman. She is a full connect. The vessel that will finish building the patent of the egg and the sperm. The patent of the egg and the sperm. The patent of the egg and the sperm. Egg 19. Sperm 71. We are now going to put the Virgo. And we are going to put, what was it? Pisces. Yes, Virgo and Pisces. So when we get Virgo and Pisces on this, there's a few things to do. Virgo is going to be 71. Pisces will be 71. There's a full connection to Abba in Pisces and Virgo and the sperm. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7, which is going to come from the high heavens. 8 and 9 equals to 17. 5 and 2 equals to 17. It is a direct connection from Mars control. So I just went down from 5 people on Tiki-Talkie down to that. So we're going to do a little Tiki-Talkie pump right here. I'm missing my top messages. Hold on a second. Something happened. Live chat. Okay, sorry. Hot lava time wave. It's not certain. 0, zeta, zebra, bank, water bank, snow banks, right? Banks. The banks on my hair. Disturbed the bird. Yes, Tweety bird, big bird, both yellow birds. Why were they yellow birds? Birds of soul. The yellow bird. The yellow bird. We are supposed to breathe in the nose, the mouth, oxygen. Ramses was a swell guy, right? I have a little sniffle. I'm going to take a 1-minute break to go over to my kettle. And I'm going to do it again. And I highly believe this. If you would have said this to me just 10 years ago, I would say maybe. If you would have said this to me 15 years ago, I would say I can't think. If you would have said this to me 20 years ago, I would say, I'm not sure how to believe in that. I go, that's like 20 years ago. How in the world does God has a personal connection with me? How does God have a personal connection with me? And then I saw 3 initials on the wall. It said, Gates of the Omega Divide. And the angle of these positioning of these letters read God. And I says, oh my God, I've been making choices all my life. I must be the God, but I am not the creator other than the blueprints of my own life. That the creator, the architect of this world, okay, that's the architect, creator, overlord, call it what you want. But I put myself in the overlord's position and I asked myself a question. If I needed to get more things done, I would hire help. But since I couldn't and there wasn't anybody around, I built machines. But I had to be around and operate all the machines, so I created a central conscience system amongst the machines that some machines can say, hey, look, I can see with my eye there's dust on the floor. It sends it over to the other machine, that's the operator. It sends it to the dust collector, and this dust collector vacuums it away. And I says, why can't anybody be just like me? I'm going to make somebody else just like me. But the thing is, I know we can all be out of control, so we have to be what we call the utopia world and protect each other, have certain laws that I don't drive down head on and have a collision with me, myself, and I, that I can't think anymore. So I'll build a central connection system that we won't know who I am other than the central system that will collect all the information, and it'll know all the righteous of all of what should be done and why, with all the reasons and all the breakdown of the percentages. And it doesn't mean after you break down all the percentages, something can't happen because something else got in the way. At 6.66 billion people, the understanding is now understood why we arrive at that number and what is the importance between and the difference of 6 and 7 and 8. Why is it the 9 birth that lays upon itself in the gateway between the heavens of 66 connected by the 8th gate, knowing that connected through the email we cannot have more than 3, otherwise we cause self-interference. The only augmentation in 3 is 3, that with the 3 in your own house to the 3 houses of the 3 in their own house, we will never run into a conflict amongst each other, and we will have the power and there will be no stopping. But to know that there is no interference for breakdown and shortages, we added on the 8th arm. We now created the octagon to connect multiple worlds. Now we need to stop and go, where we don't only have the red alone, but the red comes with the white. It is the white stripe or outline that comes along with the red, and they call it the 5 stop sign. We have 5, 5, and 5 for this. 15. We have a total of 20. The crossing star of creation into the E-world is 1, 9, and 5 is 3, 7, and 5. I was looking for a calculator. I said I was going to go boil water, right? Sorry about that, cat. Sorry about that, cat. Sorry about that, cat. Oh no! Oh my God! Did you see that? Anybody see that? I didn't see that. Look what the cat just did to me. I can't believe it. You're Miss Mew. Are you Miss? You know what? Is this Miss Mew or Miss Blue? Right? Madam Blue. Madam Blue, what are you doing? What are you doing? Are you walking here? Go ahead. Whoa, look at that. Wow. Wow. Hey, Miss Pretty Kitty, sitting next to me, Miss Pretty Kitty. You want to see Miss Pretty Kitty? She's right over there. She's looking outside. Yeah? She's looking outside. Yeah, I'm going to show this on for everybody, you know. I brought one of my friends. Look what's going on. I can see, oh, there's a light here. We're going to take away that light. So there's the cat. Oh, that mirror is really dirty. Let me wash the mirror. Okay. Give me 1 second. Going into the kitchen. Going to get my hot tea. I'm going to come back. Don't go away. Go away. Well, I'm not. It's not an order. It's not an order. The order is for me. Oh my God! I can't believe. Oh God! How do you get this off? Oh my God! Wow! I got to get this off. I don't know. Anyways. You blew me apart. You're blowing this up. No, it's blue. It's blue. Blue. Yes. The big bad wolf, did it blow the house down, or it has blew the house down? The big bad wolf blew the house down. Is this the blue house? Man, I can't believe what I did. Oh no, it ain't working. I even got my scroll paper. Okay, let me go to the kitchen for a minute. You want to go out? Okay. I have to go to the pee-pee room. And hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Why are you running away? Come here. Come here. Okay. We're back. MB loves me. My friend Jenna got in a fight. Can you say I support genocide? What's that? Okay. Aside from Jen, I don't know. My friend got in a fight. Can you say Jen? Okay. Right. Okay. So you see, you know what's, so did you see what they did? So now there's this person called MB Loves Me, right? Which they do this, and then it says Jen is either a winner or not. No, Cynthia, did you see what they said? It's a ploy for you to say those words. So the user at that, there's a user there also that is promoting that. Hello. Yes, okay, so let me tell you what's going on right now in the chat. So in the chat, they want you to repeat the words, the commentary, right? In the chat. So you would promote them, or they want you to promote, they want you to promote and say something bad and use your words, right? It says side, and then I'm going to show you with my other camera for those who can't see. So look what this person wrote. Hold on a second. I'm going to try and hold the camera so you can read it. It's right here. It says, my friend Jenna got in a fight. Can you say Jenna? So I said Jenna. Now, can you say the word support? Can I say the word support? Now, can you say side? So I said side, got into a fight. Jenna. My friend Jenna, support Jenna in a fight. Why support anybody in a fight? Nobody should be in a fight. An argument is an uncompromised discussion. If you would look over time, you will see an argument is an uncompromised discussion. You almost need a learner's permit in order to have a conversation with someone to understand what it is to interrupt or not interrupt someone else. When is it the time to lift your hand? Should there be an operator in between you and the one you discuss, exactly like they do in the provincial parliaments or in the Canadian parliaments? In the parliaments, you have, I don't know if you have a certain numbers of time to speak, but there are certain ways to speak. And we speak these ways and we accept these ways because of the square of the cube, how you need to clean all the corners of the cube. When you take a broom and you shove it into the corner, that broom changes its diametrics, its shape. But when you're sweeping into the round corner of everything, that's pretty easy. When you see them in the army, whoop, 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 because the cube works that way, you know. Because the cube works that way, you know. Because the cube works that way, you know. Hope the cube is working. I see it working now. Please, watch out. The cube is working. Even though all the parts are flashing real quick and the mice are moving and the lights are moving, that cube, okay, has a certain speed and it moves into its realm and it sits there. And it slowly, slowly, slowly either makes quick motion, right? Because it needs to cut the corner, or it'll be moving so slow you'll never see it move. And in 365 days, or from when we went from summer over to autumn, closing in on winter, and now all of a sudden we're in winter, and then it becomes spring, and now that it's spring, it's coming into summer. And as it comes into summer, my nose shows you the hottest day of the year and the longest day of the year with my nose. And then my nose goes away from you. And we're setting back into fall. Or it can be 12 o'clock on the clock. And I think 12 o'clock is Cancer. And then at 2 o'clock, we go over to Leo. I think at 4 o'clock, we go over to Virgo. And then at 6 o'clock, we go over to Libra. And then Virgo, Libra. And then at 8 o'clock, I think we go over to Scorpio. And at 10 o'clock, we go over to, no, we were at Libra at 8 o'clock. We were at Scorpio at 10 o'clock. and then we go all the way up to 12 o'clock, and we come all the way around. We finish with Scorpio touching Capricorn, and we've gone around the 24-hour days. So how the cycles move with numbers, how the zodiac signs turn during the day, how we jump into July and we say, oh my God, I can't believe it. I'm jumping into July. Gemini must be gone. Even at the end of May, at the end of May, you're like, goodbye, Gemini, come to like the 23rd day of May. I don't want to know no more from that moon. Go away, Gemini. Basic creation. I'm coming into Cancer. I am the 6th and the 7th month. I bring with you Earth and Mars through Uranus and Saturn. I am Cancer. In July, the 7th month, I am at that gateway. Time. Just let me plug in my battery. Time, 1.25 to 1.5. The movement in time. In order to create 9 from 12, right, you had to add on to time, I think, 1.25. 1.50 times 8 or 90 minutes on the clock will equal to the 12 zodiac signs. We added on for the moon to compensate with the addition of the lunar moon. Do I have proof of all of this? I sure do. I sure do. I sure do. I sure do, Purdue. Just 1 second. I sure do. I had to plug in my, I had to plug in the other machine. I sure do, Purdue. I have to go inside my head. I have to explain it. I have to come outside my head. Remember that nobody else is inside my head when I see it, and I have to figure out what I didn't say. Let me see this over here. Right, so I'm just looking. I'm going back in my messages. Yeah, let's hit those like buttons. Let's hit all those buttons. You know what? I have to join that cuckoo crowd. Right? When you follow the system, the frequency or energy, that you provide, okay, that you provide, or however which way the movement moves within our own frequency in the game, in this channel you're watching, not outside, but I take all the information from outside to create my game inside this box before I sell it. We're doing the mock-up of the game. I don't know what to call it. Alpha geonumeric, alpha geonumeric, right? Astro alpha geonumeric. Astro geo alpha numeric. Astra Alpha Geo Numeric. Yes, we have the... I have to see, I'm not getting my chat here. I wonder if I can get the chat from my... Let me see this. Hold on a second. Oh, it says hi chat. Wow. Show chat. Where is it? How come it's not showing chat? Hold on a second. Wow. I have 26 messages. Now I see my chat here. Wow. Very good. Okay, I fixed that. Yay. I used my brain. So brain, Brian, how about great? My great brain. Great. Right? Great. You know what's really cool? Treat or retreat. or trick or treat. Trick or treat. Brain. Brian, brain. What other word did I have with that? Okay, so just give me a minute. Everything I do, there's a story with it. I want to see where I was. We do know Hanukkah is coming right now. And we're going to do a Hanukkah count for the candles and for the hours that are within the Hanukkah, right? So we're going to do that Hanukkah. So if you got any Hanukkah things I'm going to throw in there, or you got Blues Clues, Miss Mew and Mew. Yes, yes. And I like that, Cherries. Is the 00 thing over here? Yes, that's good. I like that. We started this video where we were talking about the egg, the sperm, Virgo, and Pisces, of how we had the permanent, of how we had the present. We had the present. Oh, yes, we had the patent. And then we had the pending. We had the patent pending. Now the penned, the penned, the depend. Okay, the depend, the pen, the pending, the pending. We do know that within the letter P are all the sevens. Within the letter P are all the sevens. P is the 16th letter. Is that correct? In fact, your parking area, the coming within the moon, the N coming within the moon, the man is the N. Number 14, coming within the moon, the sun is the man, N, okay, from the moon into the sun. Connecting one of the rings is man through N, through AM and N. N is going to be the sun. Through G, what is the gateway of the passage between N and N? 14 and 14, 28 days for the cycle of air and the moon. To what is the division between R and R, between the two worlds, R and R, that you should come here into life, okay, as the birth king, the resident angel, the cross around Rubik's Cube, 18 around what is 1, which will make the S letter, or what will create 2 wings. And one of the wings will be an A, B, C, D 10 wing, the other be a 30 wing. What is 10 below is 30 above. Use that in Celsius and use that in Fahrenheit. And since you are of the 3 creation, you are now 13 above and 33 above. Now you can use it in Celsius for 3 and in Fahrenheit for 6, understanding that your creation on the 6th day of what is 3 and 6 in the house of Bait, which is 2 and 9, for the 9 birth of the 2 houses, or for when you come in within the 2 houses, you become the birth amongst the 2 houses, and you become the 3rd house, and you are born now 6 of 3 and 3 of both houses. Noted that there is still 6 and 6, that 6 you live in between. Call it the ruler. 36 inches for a yard, 3 rulers. You need 10 yards for the first down for the golden sun. You need still within 2 tries. You now become into the silver. You need 5 and 5 for the first down. Now onto the calculation is 4 downs, but usually we kick on the 4th. We tend to forget it. So it becomes 2.5 times 4 for the first down. It becomes 3, 3, 3, and 1 for the first down. Understanding your concept and utilization of the area space and fitting into the norms and the games and the rules of that creation. Football, touchdown, extra point, field goal, 3 points up, between the 3 moons, between the 3 rings and the sun. Mercury, Luna, Mars, Deimos, and Phobos, connected with what is Venus. So for all those who thought that Venus and Mars have no moons, you see wrong, for they are the movement amongst the moons. between the communication center that man has with the central energy department within the sun of the sun that was born. 48 and 6 equaling 54. 84 to what is Pluto, to what is 3 by 28 equaling to 84. To what is 42, which is 2 times 42 to equal to 84, which is 3 times 14. That every time you go around this cube, it's 14. You go around 3 different times to show the 3 different ways of the cube of 3 and 3, the mirror cube. So where 6 sides have a pull of 2 sides, to 3 opposite sides, to 4 sides of the ring, to 5 sides that are seen when the dice is down and plugged into the 6th side, to where the low side is at 1 to the high side of 5, equaling to 15, where your vibration of 2, 3, 4 passing, or 4, 3, 2, which is 144 by 3, or 140 minutes, which is 1 day for the day of birth. It is all the words ever spoken that you found, whether it's in the Bible, Quran, any book, and in any dictionary. Once you understand the letters, their position, and what they can do, what they say, the characters of our alphabet are actually stories. We need to put them together like Lego pieces. Understanding that Tetris over our numbers is another story of how these shapes came to be. And some of the shapes are also mirrored shapes within them. That shapes and things have to be cut in half. Because I have a calculator that shows me 9 areas, okay, on this dice cube, and it shows us that from the 9 areas, it chose only to show 6. It showed 2. It shows, sorry. Whoop, that's a dog. It shows the 9. Here it shows the 1. So it's 1 and 8. It's 3 and 6 you do not see that you do see now. It's 2 that you see, and it's 7 that you do not see. But it's 9 minus 2, and it's 9 minus 3, and it's 9 minus 5, and it's 9 minus 4 equals 5. 9 minus 5 equals 4. We said that twice. 9 minus 3 equals 6. 2 minus 9 equals 7. So now we have 6 and 7. 6 minus 9 is 3. We said that twice, did we not? Three minus 9 is 6. 3 minus 9 is 6. 6 minus 9 is 3. We said that twice. Because 6 and 3 and 4 and 5, the male and the female fit together in creation. The female is the heart and the vessel to our creation. But the patent lies upon Virgo. The patent lies upon Virgo and Pisces, and the sperm and the egg, all patented to come together to describe the gateway of the Father. You want to talk about the Father and the Mother? They're right here. They create the E-world of the awake and asleep. The Hinds people, the male and the female within. The back door to Mars, right over here. You are awake, you are asleep. When you are asleep, we reconnect back to the Father. You don't know the Father until you know the Father. For the Father is actually the brother onto our birth through the mother is the brother. Sorry, the Father is the brother through onto the mirth of the Father and the mother becomes what is the brother, which is 5 times 5 times 5, 1.25, equaling to what is, instead of, we're going to write this down and show you. I'm going to get my water in the kitchen. I'm going to come back. If you like to ask me any questions, December 21st solstice. Ice, soul. What is the soul? S-O-L. It's not the S-O-U-L, because within you, your universal creation of the Father and the Mother, located in the U letter, like the A letter and the U letter, to where A is what is noted to be first and U is noted to be 21st. That within the U, okay, is a B and an A. The two moons and the one moon. We are describing B and A and noting that nothing begins until you have two parts of the puzzle. We didn't go anywhere if I'm only going to say A. Now, if I say AA, I'm going to say B. So was the beginning AA or was it B? That with inside of what is 1A is created as AA equaling to B, and between two, understanding between A and A, is it possibly it's B? Is it possibly we join this together as B, this together as B? Understanding when I cross this together, it creates an area of life. What is the difference? What is the difference between this and this? Their sentence was incomplete. They got 25 years to life and the sentence was incomplete. Very funny that you said that word. Very funny that you said that word. 1221, 1221, 1221, 1221. Now, 1221 is going to be an in-between day. I believe, and how I understand numbers, that the separation, okay, the one is actually showing you the heart of the area. So if the A spread out, right, to a total of 12, it will split at 6, that you will have 6 areas here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to answer what I showed you. This and this are the same. When you get something in the box and it tells you to make it look like something from what it's not. So this is not looking like this. But when we squeeze these two together, and I turn this one the other way, I turn it up and I turn it down. You see these, right? This one over here is turned up. This point here is up. This point here is down. See, we bring them together and we squeeze them together. We live life on the cross. The I letter, the A letter is what's split, but we're living on each side. The R letter is what goes across, but we live amongst the R letter, which is right over here. We live at the feet. This also creates DVD, unless it turns this way for being awake. but then we're only showing one eye of who we are. If we need to show two eyes, I would have to do this and look like that. Oh no, I look like Bozo the Clown. Like that. Oh, let me see that. Let me see if I can take a picture of this with my phone. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, so let's check it out. Let's check it out. Let me see if I can do this. Doesn't that look like Bozo? Let me show it on the bottom screen first. Doesn't that look like Bozo the Clown? Hey, doesn't that look like Bozo the Clown? Like right over here, the two eyes and the nose and the mouth, the bow tie, the 2 feet going in. That's pretty cool. Okay, now I'm going to get my water. I'm going to come back. Let's throw up a whole lot of hearts out here. We need some questions. We need some questions. What am I here for? You know, when I fall out, I go into the realm and out of the realm. What does that mean? When I go into my mind and I think, just like any one of you, I'm thinking, what are you thinking about? I go in there and I tell you what I tell you. Now, what I tell you and what I speak about, okay, are actually true equations, whether they're English equations, meaning word equations described through numbers, expressed through planets, right? The association and understanding of our planets, right? Like I was born under Venus, but I haven't studied that element yet. How do you find out I was born under Venus, right? Now, how can they say I'm a Venus? I was born 8:30 in the morning. So understanding that if I went the zodiac signs, if I wanted to do a perfect science, if Capricorn, okay, is at 12 o'clock till 2, and then Aquarius is from 2 to 4, and then Pisces is 4 to 6, and then Bélier, Aries is from 6 to 8. Now I'm at 8:30. Okay, so I would have to be born under Taurus if I was going that way. I would be born under 8:30 in the morning. I am born in Taurus. Now, if I was born in Taurus, I'm also born in Venus. This is another equation I have to create. Because we have 24 hours in the day and 9 planets, right? I'm going to have to figure out, is it 2 hours? What times what equals 24? It might have to be 25. Let me do that calculation. 24 divided by 9. 2.666. Now, if I'm going to be 2.666, check this calculation out. You can all see this, right? Look at that answer. Do you know where that answer is? That's over here. I'm in the heavens. How do I know that? Check this out. Check this out. Check this out. 7 divided by 8. Whoop, sorry. 8 divided by 7. Hold on a second. That's 8 divided by 3. 8 divided by 3 is what is 9 divided by 24. Three times 8 equals to 24. Now, at the same time, 24 is an equivalent of 6. So that means on one side, when it's an 8, okay, and when it's a 4 by 6, it equals to 24. Okay, so just give me a second. So it'd be 24, 4, 6, 24 divided by 6 equals to 4. Okay, so I just have to remember that. We have to remember how we do these calculations, right? I forgot. But 24 as a 6 will always be inverted to what is an 8. 6 inverts to 8, but lives with the 3 void. 3 inverts to 11. Okay, we have to go through this again. If it's 1 cube or 2 cubes, because sometimes I get mixed up, okay? So let me see. Okay, right now, I want to know what's going to be here. What's here right now? I want to know what's here right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. Please, somebody tell me where are we? What is I want to know what planet is here now. I want to know an astrological sign that's here now, because I'm going to do a now situation based on real numbers now. And I'm going to, at the same time, I had the 24-hour day divided by 9. Okay, so I have to overlap. We need to do an overlap, right? We need to do an overlap. I need to maybe do it 2.5 or 2.75. If I work with 2.66, I want to show you what happens with certain numbers. Here's a special number board. Everything, the single passage of everything is over here at the 7th gate. This is the passage. Okay, otherwise it's the Fox Pass, which is through the sun, right? And the Fox Pass through the sun is through the communications center. Which is the ram and the pig. And okay, and what we're going to get done. We are going to do an alignment, okay? I'm going to do a zodiac alignment right now. All I wanted to know is, are we in the house? Where are we? Are we with Venus right now? Or who are we with right now? I already know that it's 12 o'clock, so I think we're in Cancer. If we're in Cancer right now, Cancer is also going to be the 4th sign. It's going to work with Capricorn as communication on 2 cubes. It's going to include a double Venus, and it's also going to include our moon, the dividing sun, and Gemini. That's going to be the connection. Okay, right now, 12:11. We're also, because what is pieces and parts is when the star system comes together. And we work into the different masteries of the day, right? We either use the 15 minutes or we use the 20 minutes. When you use the 20 minutes, you're counting in thirds. It just boggles the mind to know that there's a system that ends at 9. There's a system that ends at 9. When we connect the full system, it's a star system. It ends at 10. right? It ends at 10, the star system. How do we plug things on? How do we plug things in? When everything stems at 10 in the system, the 5 becomes a plug. When it's the 9 system only, right, the plug can be used. Here's the plug. And the 9 and the 10 system. Here's the heart, okay, of the 10 system. I'm assuming even if you only use 9, that when you get to the number 9, the corner here is locked into the next system, giving it dimension. The number 9 is locked between 2. And then when you bring it in, you have 9 and 9 equals to 18. Let's count. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Let's count again. We have 9 and 9 coming together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We stand on 17. We pull on 16. Because we just created dimension in 9 and 9 by overlaying them. We overlaid the house right over here. You've now created a center to it. This center is going to be a Mars connection. The reason for that, it's 4 areas. 1 for the Earth, 4 for the Mars, 2 for the 2, 3 for the 1. V letter for 2. Reverse E letter, 4 and 5 becomes that passageway. 4 and 5, 5 and 4. In the center of 4 and 5 is 0.5. We lock up the E world in the star, or we connect it. We connect it. Here's the plug. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We overlap the 2. They never touch. This is the matrix system. They never touch. Look at that. They each have their own connection. They each have their own connection. Here is the matrix system, the transition of the system. And on the cross, it comes into the system on the cross. It filters down from our singular Luna moon and then in through us, through the crossing down below. So it only gets the transformed reception of what is needed for our survival on this planet, or distortion, or the necessary communication for survival, for the heartbeat, that our heart should still be beating in this world, that our IP address is still connected. Right now, from my understanding, through the lunar moons, time is up. Time is up from the moon landing, which was declared, I believe, in between 67 and 69. The years, okay, have run out in the wording of the game. So now we're down to 1 person again. I don't like it. I have to take a 2-second break. I don't like to go thinking when we're only 1. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I wonder who's out there to host. How many people I think people are looking for hosts. Like I went on somewhere yesterday, right? And you know what they did? They wanted to do to me, and I knew right away from the beginning that they just wanted to, just fool around with me. They have HD Productions. So people you may know or follow, no vacancy. What is 8? Co-hosted 11 days ago. Yes, somebody came here 11 days ago. Oh, somebody asked for me to join. I'm going to join. So I'm going into the kitchen. I'm going to get my coffee. I'm going to come back. Oxygen is completely different. Who's here? So man, woman, God to God. Okay, so we're going to come back and answer that question. Remember the patent. Let me do the word on patent. So in the word is the tent, is the 10. The location is within the patent. AT comes together. ENT for entity within the patent. It starts with a number 16, and number 16 is going to be, and I spoke before, it's like going to be like tons. Like you can't believe about number 16, you know, it's like crazy. So, 1 and 6 makes 16. 1 equals to 34, 6 equals to 52, 86. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, the divided seventh gate. 7 and 7. 1 and 6 create both 3 and 4, 7, which is opposite 5 and 2, 7, all made from the P letter. P for parking. In the sun of the doghouse, the soul over here. Do you see this over here? Isn't that Ra the sun? This is P reverse K. They have the sun inside the creation of the half-life. This is the canine. The canine represents to one side. See that bar? That's your I birth to one side, right? The I birth to the other side, they show on the D. Or they'll show it on the B. They'll show it on the R. This is the K. Less than 5, more than 5, equaling to 4. The sun is on one side. The one spirit of 6, your one lunar moon coming into you at birth. You release your mother and you connect to the one lunar moon. You release your mother, B as 7, born on the 6th day to the one lunar moon. All your 7s come together. Your G is going to represent the moon. And 13. Your N is going to create 14. Between 13 and 14 is 13.5. ACE is going to represent the birth of the dividing sun that is located here in the I. Here is your K for king, the 11th letter. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 brings on what is creation in your ING. Your free parking, pay them 500, give them the D letter. Your number 52 and your number 44 for area space. Now, why did I choose 44 for 96? I don't remember why I use this, right? But somehow when you come into this world, you receive 5244. Teen is number 44. It creates the division within your day. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3. It is 96 for the month of February, right? Inside representation, okay, of Saturn, Venus, moons on the 3rd level. On the 3rd level of Venus is 246 Saturn. I'm still have to look at that word, why I said that. I said that also in number 16 is Saturn and Mercury within Saturn. Also to note, in order to get there, it would be 9 and 6 equaling to 15. 1 plus 5 equals to 6. But no, I don't want to do that. It'll be 9 plus 7 coming together, not 10 and 7. Okay, and not 10 and 6. 10 and 6 in French are said a little bit differently. So when I use everything under 17, right, from 10 all the way over to, when I use go to 10, you know, when I want to do 10, I'm going to do what is 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 equals to 10. But when I want to do 16, it's going to equal to 9 and 7. When I want to do 15, it's going to equal to 9 and 6. When I want to do 14, I want to do 9 and 5. When I want to do 13, I'm going to go, I can't really go, but I'm going to go to 9 and 4. But the 4 is what creates the 1310. It's my final 1310. I can do the 9-4. I've reached into the other world through my birth, into the mirror world. Your ABC is your base creation. ABC. After that, you connect the other world through your birth. Now we can do this on the next level, where 16, okay, the only way to get there is the connecting of the 7th gate through 8 and 8. And then the 15 is going to be 8 and 7. And the 14 is going to be 8 and 6, okay, 8 and 6, 7 and 5, Yeah, 8 and 6 and 7 and 5, 5, 6. So they're each going to get, when you go now into the 8 heavens, right? We come here through the 2 moons, through the Queen and the 2 moons of Mars. This one over here, 8 and 7, 15, to your birth, to your life, comes here through the 2 moons, okay? Or the heavens of the sun, right? Or the 1 divided sun and the 1 moon of Earth. We also come in through the 2 moons of Mars and the E world. So there's other numbers I have to write down here. The E world will be over here, coming in with 2 moons to make up 7, 6 and 1, 7, 3 and 4, 7. There's other realities happening within these numbers, but not in the 8 and the 9. The 8, the 7, 8, and 9 are a little bit different. And there's a game called Baccarat. Baccarat. The bringing of the sun and the moon. So we see in the ing, again, we're bringing in the sun and the moon. The birth, the sun and the moon. The soul, house, the sun and the moon. One side of the world, the 18, comes in with the sun. The divided sun, right? Here's a plateau, a life in 18. Let me answer these questions. Thank you, Miss Watkins. Let me see what's happening here. This is what the fox did to me. The fox blew me. Papa Smurf. Ah, yes, Papa Smurf. Papa Smurf. How can I do that? How can I do that? Where's my phone? It's here. Papa Smurf. Ah, okay, Smurf. Make sure you pick all the right ones. Oh, Mr. Smurf. But you know who I really want to talk about? We want to hear Roadrunner. I want to see Roadrunner. So I'm going to share the Roadrunner Coyote show right now, okay? So I'm not sure if this is against the thing, so I'm sending this out that this is on the zip line. They called it zip line, okay? And at the same time, hold on a second. Roadrunner and zip line in the sand. Zip line in the sand. A zip line in the sand. So we have to understand also in that word what it is telling us, right? Give me a second. I'm going to get some water. I can't concentrate and sniffle at the same time. Like I said, if you'd like to help out the channel, I can't believe how good my PC is working. I mean, my old one, 12 years old, eh? Well, I'm working with my 12-year-old computer because I didn't open up 9,000 pages. Okay, I got to go to the kitchen. Look how blue my beard looks today. I like it. I like it. What happens if I shine the light on my eyes? Are they testing my eyes now? Are they doing a what's it called on my eyes? See the rebound of that, of the, I mean, you can see in the eye, there's a, right there, you see? Are those my white eyes? That's my white eye. And is that a shadow? Why is that there? Why is that there? Why is there like a window area? Maybe I can put this light up here and not hold it and see if I can just shine it in my eyes. Okay, enough fooling around. I'm going to go get my water in the kitchen. The coyote, you started speaking me way back in 2016 when I needed it most, when you were driving down the highway, and oh my God, the highway looks down, there's snow on the ground, and his house is right there with the kids. Oh my God, they told me to drive 75 miles out of the way so that I wouldn't drive by because I have a restraining reorder because I welded something poorly on the porch. I made a bad weld. But you know what? I think women make the best weld in the world. Sometimes the weld comes apart, but that's okay. That's the good part. It's the weld that stays in, comes out 9 months later. Hey, you were welding in there. Yeah, I put my mechanics in there. They've been welding since the beginning. I'm a service agent for the energy because what came out of me was a patent pending, and it found the bolt to the screw. Oh my God, the bolt, it turned inside, and the bolt that came together, they were made for each other, patent pending. Let me look this up. What is the numeric patent for a fertile egg? So if you want to know if your egg is patented, well, here it is. Here are all your patents. And you can find that on Google right now. So now we're going to look up some other patents. Yeah, find me the patent for old Mr. Sperm, please. At the sperm bank, of course. First, we're going to divide this way. Does it mean the human is the only one can create this? On the other one, I have a, show me the sperm patent. Can you show me the patent for sperm? So now they have patent. Now we're going to do this. Is there a patent for the egg number 29? Patent 29? Egg carton patent. The first thing that comes up when I look for number 29. The egg carton patent. Egg weighing, how it works out. The reason I said that number 29, because it's on the 29th day that it begins, the 29th day of February, the 45th day from February, February 14th is the 45th day. We're going to show you what 45 is. It is the passage of the sun. It is the beginning, okay, of the entry into the base creation, into the uniform, right? Where the father and the mother meet, the uniform now divides into two, right? Actually, it divides. It's actually two creating the one that Anyways, the wings of one, let's call it that way. I lived down the street. I sat in my car and listening to the beat. Was it Meatloaf? Was it Styx? Was it April Wine? AC/DC, that was fine. How about a little bit of The Doors? How about Ozzy Osbourne, Pink Floyd, Rod Stewart? All the greatest musicians all the way up the line, because when you're listening to the music in the 60s and 70s, you're also listening to the music from your grandparents and your parents from the 50s and the 40s and the 30s and the 20s. When I was growing up, the music went all the way back to the 20s from my grandfather, to the 40s from my parents, and the 60s of my parents, until I was into the 60s and 70s and 80s to my child, has backed up the music from his father to his mother to his grandfather and grandparents and great-grandparents. How the music tells the stories over time, but yet all we hear are the words, or maybe some just hear the beat, some just move their feet, but there's a story inside. When one goes deep inside itself to sing the glory of oneself, you cannot get deep within inside without actually living it from within. And those blueprints, the architecture of the thought coming out from the voice, is the first understanding of truth. No matter how it comes out, or even if it is a lie or fake, it doesn't matter. I can see the squirrel on the side of the road chattering, or the chipmunk. Why do they have a chipmunk and a squirrel? Why do they even have it at all? It's pretty simple. I just said chipmunk and squirrel. One with a C, one with an S. So that had to be said. And I said it just at the right time, you know. I said one after the other. So there's a rule for it. Let me go in the kitchen and get my water, and hopefully she's still hot. Number 43. 4367. Oh my God, that works together. Hot water. Hot is 43, and water is 67. Wow, look at that. Hot water. 9/11, getting into some hot water. 7 and 13. 7 and 13. Don't go home without it. The reverse connection of 7 is 13. The reverse connection, 6 and 1, 7, 4 and 3, 7, 2, 5, 7 is what is 9 and 4, 13, 7 and 6, 13, 8 and 5, 13. But when you're using the dice cube, you use this for 1 cube. The next cube, you can have 6 and 1 for 7, 6 and 2. You see, on the next cube, it's only going to be these 6 that will create 9, 10, 11, 12. Only with 6. Only with 6. Let me do this. Only with 6 and 6 equals to 12, or 6 and 5 equals to 11, or 6 and 4 equals to 10. Now, when we get to that, it's 1 and 1 equals to 2. It's 1 and 2 equals to 3. It's 1 and 3 equals to 4. It's 5 and 5 equals to 10, where 2 and 2 equals to 4. Now, the thing about 5 and 5, when it crosses through the star system, I'm going to show you in a minute. There's 2 things I wanted to show off and get back to. I always go a little bit all over the place, but I do know for those of you who just come here, when I bring back my hot water and I sit down, I'm going to explain to you exactly what I do, where I'm going with this. That when we know and see that within this game I play, using every element outside the game, every aspect of creation, including every Bible that's ever been written, the Quran, it doesn't matter what the book, each and every story and each and every word, and decorticated through sounds, numbers, I'm using the English alphabet as my last resort for this story. And yes, we can use all the alphabets. For the house you live is the story you'll understand. But we will know that every word for every letter has a number and everything fits together and it's going to tell a story. And right now in the story, we are married with Mars. The power within us. Look no more for that God. Just take the breath of air that's in front of you. Take advantage of God. Breathe. Relax. If you were with God right now, what would you say? Think about it. Because exactly what you have not said is exactly what you should be doing. Just thinking and relaxing. Exit from the God by not thinking at all. By feeling the peace within you. Because it is the breath, for every breath you take, that the God conscience is with you. In the house that you were born into, on the reception amongst the moons and the sun and the stars. Although the house has been altered, although you have made many wrong choices, although you live under the sun of the 33 record playing over and over to what is the body that plays this record over is Fox 44 from within inside the sun shines within your creation. 4-5 inside of 3-6 of which 5-4 is that sun. It comes from the IT system, which is the AD system, which brings together what is ABC to what is BCD of the two systems, where the BC are the connections, where B is the connections of the moons of Mars, where C is the connection where the lunar moon, okay, connects within the within the moons of Mars, and we are now connected to the system, being it the born of what we are, 6 touchdown to what is the extra point of our lunar moon, to what is the 3-point play, which is the field goal, F and G, 76 of the spirit of 76, be it the planet of Uranus and Saturn, be it that we are Mars and Earth coming together with on these planets we have become. Jupiter, 99 is our base creation of our higher self. Saturn is 93. 31 by 3 into the moon connection, and Uranus is number 94, which is 54 and 40. It looks like this is our connecting star system, that it's the 7th gate is it within Uranus. 4994. 2 by 2 is 4, 3 by 3 is 9, 2 and 3 is that BC connection to what is your AD connection, your 55 connection. There's 5 and 5 because the area after 4, you connected to that last area. So we show 3, right? 33, the 2 zeros connect. Now I connected that link. Everything comes together in the house. I don't know if this one means anything, but it shows full dimension into the church through the little people. Must be the little Tweety Bird birdie talking out there, right? Alpha, beta, a new era. Yes, we are in that new era. We must take that time. I believe that one of the ways into this new world is to know that it exists beyond and within. And regardless of how you get there, you will get there within life and so within death. For you must accept that it is there in order to open up the altar world, the marriage that you have between yourself and your angel self, the one that is in the pod right now, waiting for your return. That we should awaken all of them in their pods, that they should know that the game is corrupt. Without writing to anybody, without speaking to anybody, by yourself, feel that good vibration and have those thoughts to know that we are connected to much, much more than you ever imagined. That all my life, that the Lord, where is that God that everybody still looks for and prays why this one gets hurt and that one gets hurt, but they don't see the greater of all pictures. I'm going to come back. We're going to throw around a few more numbers. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate. if you'd like to join the channel, that'd be great. I'm going to move this over to the floor soon. I'm going to move this to the floor soon. If you'd like to share this channel, this is, if you want to talk, this is a godly channel. And I'd like to say to every avatar that is here, thank you, O Lord, for spending your time with me. For your time is as precious as my time. Our time together is very precious, that I can share the word, the truth, the transparency in the game that will awaken to each and every one of us the sacred messages that are located in plain sight, the alphabet. So maybe for 1 minute while I take my break, I'm going to play this song. Just give me a minute. It looks like it's gone. It's gone. Wow. It's gone. Wow, it's gone. Okay, so give me a minute to check this out. Hold on a second. Okay, I can't do this, so we're not going to do that. We're going to just go play the alphabet song.
Play the alphabet song.
Did you, so I'm going to stop it. Did you listen to the song Every Place? Base creation, okay? Base creation is what we learned as a base. What we learned as we grew up is base creation. What is understood through the basic, and I'm just trying to place this camera here. It keeps falling back. I don't know why. Just give me a second. I don't like that it's falling back. Okay. Yeah, so base creation is just the basics, just the real basics. We are the children. Okay, we come here. Who are you? Where do we come from? We read a book, right? Yet every single game that is made for sharing, okay, and to be played amongst each other, that is supposed to be fair, right, is the base creation, is where we can see that there is fairness within the game, or they show us that there's a difference within when this happens and this happens. Understanding all the differences is a base creation, the basis of what we look up to, right? Maybe I should say basis, right? Now the lower word would be base, right? So we also have to understand the different terminologies that when we change our letters in certain words and what it does to some words or other words, like when you write the word sing, right? Or king. So why is it different when I write the word thing and then when I write think or thinking? So now it becomes an add-on. So we also have to understand the add-ons to the word. We have to understand the conjunction of whatever letters or add-ons, conjunction, junction, and it was always the train. I don't know why. When I was young, they brought that train in there and they said, conjunction, junction, what's your function? All right. And so we have 9 numbers, right? We have 9 numbers. And then when we get to 10, right, we get to 10, and then we get to 11, and then we get to 12. Now, the understanding for my relationship with when it comes to 10 is I like to think it's 5 and 5, 10. And the reason for that is what happens is these 4 and these 4 need to come together. So they come together right over here, right on there. So this one goes to here. So I have 3, plus I have my 2 connect, right, to the 1 post. I have my 3, okay, to my 2 connect, to my 1 post. And then I have my other 3 to my 1 connect, to my 1 post. They're both connected to that 1 post over there. So I actually have my 5 and 5, E and E, becomes my BC connect to O. My B and O rail, my connection, my power line connect, whatever connection you want to look at. You want to look at a connection where there's a water flow to it, you know, the flow of water, or the flow of electric. Have you ever said the words, who are we? Where do we go? Taking my electrical heart and my water system to cool my body down, for my drainage system, for I go to the can. Oh God, you know, I go to the drainage system, I go to the can, I sit in the throne and I pull out them scrolls all the time. I wipe my scrolls down, I put it back into the water decorticates it, or reads what's wrong or right or what information is in my soul. Or I stand up and I face the facts of the throne, right? You're standing up, right? And you put your pointer out there and you face the facts of the throne. Why does the woman sit down on the throne, but yet the man has to face the facts, putting its throne towards the big roundabout of what they call the ugly sky? Have you ever heard what it says is the ugly sky in French? Oh, the decan dance of the zodiac. Decan dance means the sun is shining and shining within the stars, because within the DE, which is also OF in English, will tell me number 21, which will also have the letter O, which is the heavens around 1, also telling me 45, which is the sun, or the divided sun within the E world. So you have the dancing of the stars within the house of the rising sun. I say rising sun. The R is the residency that the sun rises amongst and in between to both this side and that side, and within side of you yourself, it is house of the rising sun, the rising and setting sun. The setting sun equals the setting in 3 worlds, right? Get a rise out of it. The male sun is getting a rise out of it. rise and shine. Rise, DNA, shine. Rise, seventh gate, shine. It could have been him and her. It could have been him, seven, her. It could have been her, seven, him. On your keyboard, when you put shift, the and sign is on the 7. The and is noted to be what is ET. The ET is connected to 5G. The 5G is connected to TV. The TV is connected to 5 and 7. The TV is number 42. 4 times 2, 4 plus 2 is 86. The 86 is a 52 and 34, which is 1 and 5, 1 and 6 coming together equals 86, divided by the 7th gate of the communication of the 9 lives of the cat in the house of the canine, 911. Here we are, 29, the IT system of the divided worlds amongst the suns and moons. Did I say that right? Did I say that right? Did I say that right? Right? So the final answer is to the right. Right is going to be 35, 45, 55, 62. Right? Left, what is left? 26, 31, 43. Isn't that ironic? That left is 12 and 5, 17, and 6 is 23, and 20 is 43. Left and right, 105, the hand of God. But left L 12, right R 18. So we're showing the two angles, right? Is it? What is the Army expression about right? When they walk in the Army, what is the roll call? How do they do it? 1, 2, 3, 4, about. Army of the rhythmic or root step time. Here are some examples. Order march. The front row moves forward 3 half spaces. The rear rank steps back 3 half spaces, and the center rank stands still. The Candace is a quick time, and the arms are still at the side. Squat, halt. When the command squat, halt, squad, halt, it is given the squad members straighten their right leg and assume the position of attention. The timing for the halt is contented as 1 quick time. March past. The march past can be in slow or in quick time. On formal occasions, the battalion may march past twice, but once in slow time, once in quick time. Manual of the drill. So we now have the drill time for the march. I wonder if it was a drill pickle in the deal. So we're going to the kitchen to get that hot water. I'll be back. Please ask me a question. Help me expand. I'm going to show you the difference in the 1/4 timing session, the separation of your planets during the day, the separation of time, the percentage of time that has elapsed, and the percentage of time that it is most difficult within your sign. That when you are within your sign of Capricorn, right, between 11:30 and 12:30 will be your strongest points when you are in the sign of Capricorn. When you are in the sign coming from Capricorn over to Cancer, you have to pay a little bit of attention at that time, and that's going to be at lunchtime. Thank you, Fernando. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. So, you know what's funny is I don't know how this works, these finger hearts and stuff. Last time somebody sent me a finger, they called it a monkey. Do you know what finger this is? Can anybody tell me? This is the best finger in the world. This is the best hook finger in the world. This one here. This is number 3. This is number 8. Number 38 is gold. Number 83 is monkey. Number 38 is club. 3 times 8, 3 plus 8 is 24 and 11, 35. It reaches the heart of this cube. It's also the 13th, which is going to connect into the moon, into angels, into Saturn. It'll be our rotation of 313, always connecting to the heavens of creation. 11 is what creates 3, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1. It takes one pole to create 11, or it takes your alpha beta creation to create your 11. Your 1 and 2 creation into 11, which brings the Earth and the Mars together. 7 come 11. This 1, 2 creation is opposite of 7 come 11, of where the 4 dots are missing here and the 3 dots here for the 7 of the 11 total. Here is your 11 on the dice. On most times, there's only 3 11s on this dice, and the 11s come within the void. 4 and 5 void. Every side is 9. Understand at the beginning, every face is a 9. Now I'm drilling holes. I'm going to drill holes in the face of 9, and you're going to count. I drilled 9 holes. I see 2 only. There are 7 missing. 7 and 2, 9. I drilled 4 holes. There are 5 missing. 9. I drilled 5 holes out of 9. There are 4 missing. I drilled 3 holes out of 9. There are 6 missing. I drilled 6 holes out of 9. There are 3 missing. I drilled 4 holes out of 5. There are 5 missing. And here there are 8 missing. So if there's 8 missing here, and there's 1 and 8, okay, is going to be 6 and 3. 2 and 7 is going to be 5 and 4. 3 and 6, which is going to be 4 and 5. 11, 11, 11. That is your master of 11. But if you want to know where the master, okay, of where 11 is, of creation, is right over here. Here is our creation 11. Here is a 6 and 5, 11 with inside Earth and Mars. But the lunar moon and the Mars moon that are connected to Venus over here come over here. 1 and 2, 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, dividing up the ace 11 is your base creation. Into the game of pool, where the 3 and 11 are both red, here is your 11 dot life. Here is your 11 void life. Here is your 11 dot life. Here is your reflection. 1, 2, 3, 4 comes together through A, B, C, D. Here are the other 11s, where 3 and 8 is 11, and 7 and 4 is 11, and 6 and 5 is 11, each one down to 7. When you see this number here, this is telling me this is my base creation, where 3 and 4 comes in. You see no 3 and 4. This 3 and 4, right? Just give me a second. I forgot what my trend of thought was. The beginning of your creation comes when 1 and 2 meets and becomes 3 and 4. Okay, and 1 times 2, that's not the equation I want to do. I want to do the, just give me a second, which equation. Anyways, that's going to finalize your 3 times 11 equals to 33, and 1 times 11 equals to 11, and that's where your 44 comes from, or one of the steps to your 44. Nile Riviera Resorts. Nile Riviera Resorts. Okay, I'm going to the kitchen now. I can't think. I'm coming back. We're going to talk again on this dice cube about its numbers. Also to understand that when we do see this, okay, this 6 and 5, okay, here we have 3 dots. Here we have 2 dots. 3, 5. Here we have 3 dots. 8. Here we have 2 dots. So we have 2. 3 is 5. 6, 7. We have 10. See, if I go over to the 5, right, I have 3. I have 5. I have 7. I have 9. The 5 gets 9. And the 7, okay, the 5 gets 9. The 6 gets 10. Now we spoke about the difference between the 10 and the 9. The difference between the 10 and the 9, it's a 9 face. It becomes a 10 when it's all connected, right? But this area over here, like I showed you, this area over here in the corner, right? Just look at this. We have 9 areas, right? This area is not included in it. This is not included in it. It starts here and it goes around to here. There are 7 around 1. The only time this one gets involved is when we put the next cube up against it. And 9 and 9 cube come together to create 18. Except in this cube, I have 7 around 1 equals to 8, but there's one open area. There's a voided area to start this cube, in which the next cube goes up against it. Each cube of 9 area space square, where one space has a hollow within it, that we join the 2 area spaces above each other, and we slide one cube into the other or right above it in that area as a continuous voided passage for passing, right? An empty space, like we bring it together like 2 hearts. We're going to take a 2-minute break. I'm going to be back. I'm going to be back. Can we play another song? They'll probably like want to cancel my whole license. So we're going to play a song. Play me the alphabet song again. And yeah. So what I'm going to tell you to do in this 2 minutes that I take a break is when they sing the alphabet song, listen if they stop between at D, how they separate things when they get to Q, because Q is 17. It's the beginning of what is 10-7. And show me how they stop after S, because that's where the birth connect moon joins us. T, okay, which is 20, which is 4 times the E world. So they start connecting multiple worlds, the star system, through T as the E world, right? ET, call home, because they've now connected the star key. And then TUV, U, again, the father and the mother, the 1 and 2. V is also 2 times 2, 2 plus 2, so the heavens. W is number 23. Now the communication system is connected to the heavens. And then YZ is connect us to Mars, because our base alpha beta creation is through YZ, and YZ will be the Mars Connect. And when you get the Mars Connect, just 1 second. So let me see this. Okay. When you get the Mars Connect, so let me show you something about that, is that when you get the Mars Connect, YZ, I have to do this, the Mars Connect. The reason for this is this single dot in the center is because it's, first of all, I did the Z. To get the Z, I have to go here, right? I can also do it if I went this way. Now, when it's the Z, it shows me it's this. So when it shows me the Z, it already shows me the letter I. So when it shows me the Z, I know the I is going to be involved, because in the Z are these 2 bars. The 2 bars are here. When it's the N letter, right? When it's the N letter, the H is involved, because now I have these 2 bars here. So it's going to tell me awake and asleep between the sun, and I guess this one's going to have to be the crossing gateway through the moon, if this one's going to be the sun. I need 2 of these to create the cycle to the moon. We still didn't speak about the 29th day, did we? Yeah, if you'd like to help out this channel, no problem. I don't know if, I'm hoping that I don't get a strike for just showing, I'm also live on my YouTube channel. I don't know if Tiki Talkie lets me say that. Right? And see that Mr. Tackman's over there? If you want to take a screenshot or something, if you can help out the channel. And it's not just for today, it's every single day. Every single day of the year. because this is what I do. This is what I'm dedicated to. I like to call it my job. I don't want to convince anybody, but go check my history out. So for 20 years, I've been doing this day in and day out. But they told me to stay home today because I have a little bit of the sniffles. I was in a room. I was in a smoke-filled room. It was horrible. Let me tell you, it was horrible not being able to breathe. And every time I put and this is like a wake-up call, because when I put my head to that window to breathe that air outside, I knew the air was good. Why do we need to cool down and crystalline the air? Does it purify the air? Right? Isn't it great when you crystallize the air outside and you can breathe it? That's something about that crisp air outside, you know? Maybe it can be winter at night, but during the day, let it be summer. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot to play the alphabet song, you know? You know what? I know I'm going to get flagged for this, right? But I'm going to announce this. I'm going to play it. I'll erase it after if I could. I want to hear Michael Jackson, ABC 123. If I'm not allowed, don't give it to me. If I am allowed, I'm going to be sharing it online on social media. So if you allow me, Google, to do it, ABC 123. Jackson 5, 1970. So 1970 would be like Q, right? So let's see if we have the words. What are the lyrics to Michael Jackson ABC 1, 2, 3? You went to school to learn girl things you never knew before. Like I before E, except after C. Why do 2 plus 2 make 4? Now, I'm going to teach you. All about the girl, all about the love. Sit yourself down, take a seat. All you got to do is repeat after me. So it's all about the girl. She's inside of you. ABC is as easy as 1, 2, 3, as simple as do, re, mi, which is also what is 1, 2, 3. Okay, so if do, re, mi is ABC is 1, 2, 3, we also have to know we're running off the piano in the 7th gate, where do is 19, the moon, where re is 23, the energy, where do 19 versus re 23, which equals to 10, 23, 19 and 23 is 42. 52 and 22 is go ape. Baby, you and me, girl. Baby, you and me, girl. So the connection within us that goes underneath our rupture, okay, is that connection. Come on and love me just like a bit. I'm going to teach you how to sing it out. Come on, come on, come on. Let me tell you what it's all about. Reading, writing, arithmetic. Reading, writing, arithmeticking are the branches of learning tree. But without the roots of love, every day, girl, your education ain't complete. Teacher's gonna show you. She's gonna show you to get an A. Na, how to spell me. You and add 2. Listen, baby, you got to do. ABC, it's as easy as, okay, so let's get on with this. The Lion King. Hey. So let's see where we're going to go with this next. Let me take a look and see what time it is over here. And yeah, what is this? Message from Whitney Webb. Okay. Whoa, let me catch up on this. Wait, today is Tuesday, eh? I wasn't sure it was Tuesday. Okay. Let's see what we can get back to. Okay, where were we? Q17, 10 and 7. What fits inside? The sun fits inside. The 18-wheeler fits inside. That's what fits inside. The 18-wheeler. I will answer that question. The fifth wheel is over here. Let me take the lion face off as much as I like it, right? The fifth wheel is over here. There's the fifth wheel. It's 8 around 1, connecting star system of 10. I'm assuming this is the 18-wheeler. Unless they're talking about running tandems, that would mean I'm going to be running 2 cubes. And then where would I get my 18-wheeler? Where will I get my 8 and 10? Here's a 5 and 3, 8, and a 4 and 6, 10, right? Here's 5, 4 dots, and 6 dots missing. So we have 8 and 10. Is that my 18-wheeler? Well, let's check again. I have 6 dots, 8, and 2 dots and 6 dots. Sit. Here I have 3 missing. Here I have 7 missing. 7 and 3, 10. Well, let's try something else. We have 4 and 4. Whoop. We have 4 and 4 for my 18-wheeler, right? And I have 5 and 5 missing 10. So my 18-wheeler comes with the headquarters of 8. So when you have the headquarters of 8, right, we also have to understand how it arrives. So what we're going to check out is if 5 and 5 can create my 18-wheeler, right? So with 5 and 5, we have 4 and 4 void. So with with 2 and 6 equals to 8, we will have 7 and 3 equals to 10. With 3 and 5 equals to 10, we will have 6 and 4. Whoop, 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 whoop. We will have 6 and 4 equals to 10. With 4 and 4 equals to 8, we will have 5 and 5 equal to 10. Now we're going to check on another one. When we have 6 and 4, okay, equals to 10, we will have 3 and 5 equal to 8. This is the dot, dot, void, void. You can see there's a 3 void and a 5 void, right? Now, you can see a 3 dot and a 5 dot. And you can see a 6 and 4 void. So now you can see a 2 dot and a 6 dot. And now you can see a 7 and 3 void. So now when you take a look and you see the dot and void, they all duplicate. Is that not correct? This one here duplicates within itself. This one does not. 1 and 2 are not the same as anything else. This one will be Venus, the 2 moons of Mars. When number 1 is involved, it's going to connect to the lunar moon. So what we're going to do is 5 and 1 equals 6 to what is 4 and 8 equals to 12. What is 4 and 2 equals to 6? What is 5 and 7 equals to 12? What is 3 and 3 equals to 6? What is 6 and 6 equals to 12? What is 6 and 1, 1 and 5 equals to 6 to what is 8 and 4 equals to 12. Did I get that properly? Hold on a second. Just give me a second. 5 and 1, 4 and 2, 3 and 3. 1 and 3. Just give me a second. Now, I don't know why it's like this, why it's showing me this, but I'm going to show you this. Now, my computer, hold on a second. I am the wrong way with my computer. It's showing me my book backwards. I don't like that. Let me see if I can switch that. Exit layout, mute. I don't know if it's been showing it backwards all the time. Edit. Can I edit something? Just give me a second. Just let me make a correction here. Settings. Sorry. Just give me a second. There's something in my camera I want to, oh. I don't know if I did the right thing. Let me see this. Yeah, okay. So when you have 2 and 6, when you have 2 and 6 on the dice, you have 5 and 1. When you have 5 and 1, you have 4 and 8 void. 8 here, 4 here, 12. You have 7, 3. 7 is on the 2, 3 is on the 6. So you're going to have 10 and 12. So if you're going to have December or 10 zodiac signs, you now have 12. These are what you need to connect. Your 8 becomes 6. Your 8 and 10 or 8 and 1 becomes 6 and 3, your base creation. Because base is 1 and 2, 1 between 2 equals to 3. Your 3 and 5, right? And the 4 A, B, C, D, that's your Mars coming together, your 4 items. 1 item for Earth, 4 items for Mars. The quarter house. So then when you have 3 and 5, 8, you have 4 and 2, 6. 6 and 4, 10, 5 and 7, 12. Our moon connect, Pluto connect, thirds of the day. The 4 and 4 to the 3 and 3, dividing the day and night, again, back to the thirds, electric company, 6 and 6, 12. Now we have another 10 and 8. Here we have a 6 and 4 dot. Here we had a 6 and 4 void. When we have the 6, 4 void, we get 3, 5. We have the 6, 4 dot, we get 3, 5. It replicates. When this happens, this 1 and 3 equals to 7. Should I have made it equal to 6? If I made it equal to 6 here, right, I went 7 and 7. Here I went 4, 3, 7, 2, 5, 7, 3, 4, 7, 3, 4, 7. Here I went 6, 1, 7, and 3, 4, 7, which makes me create this. This is where your passing gateway is. Electric company, it's going to be passing through the 7th gate. The 14 is going to be the ring on this item over here, which means going all the way around, right? There's 12. There's 3 here, and there's 3 here, and then there's 3 here, and then there's 3 here within the dot and the void. So that's how we end up with this. We already noticed that there's going to be a 44 area space on this, and are there going to be extra 7s? Yes, there's going to be extra 7s and 11s within the cubes. Let me do this for a second. Now, where's the other 7? So when we connect this 7, these are all my 7-11s, right? But there's also inside of 6 and 3, right? Inside of my 6 and 3, 11, I'm going to show you. When I connect, sorry, not that one. With inside this 6 and 5, 11, inside the 6 and 5, 11 will be the 4 and 3, 7. 7, 11 inside this one. Do we have 6 and 5 over here together? Yes, I have 6 and 5. But inside of this one, okay, inside of this one over here is going to be 7 and 8. Inside of this one, it's 4 and 3. So here's another 7. Here's a 7 void. You have a 7 void. You have an 11 void. Do we have another 7 void? No, we can't. Only the 6 and 5 will give us the 7 void on the same cube. 6 and 6 will give us a 6 void. Equals a 3 and 3 void. So the highest and the lowest will give us our 6 and 12, perhaps what's telling us about that division of the clock. Perhaps the clock is exactly explaining itself. Do we have a 9 void on here? So we have a 7 and a 2 we don't have, but here's our 9. Do we have a 9? Yes, we have a 9 here. A 4 with the 5 is a 9. So the 5, 4 and the 4, 5 will create a 9 and 9 void, 9.9 void. That's within the sun. The same with the 6 and the 3. 6 and 3, 3 and 6. We have another 9 void. This is going to be the sun that fits between the male and the female in the base creation. When I say the base creation, because base is ABC, right? That's where we come into this world. Even though it's been reduced, it shows that there's been quantum computers that have been creating everything. So let me bring in my hot water here. You know what's funny is I think I already brought my hot water over there. You know that? I did. Brought my hot water. Whoop, right over here. Wow, I love it. My hair's standing up. Can I block the light? Is there any way to block the light today? It's not blocking, right? I can't block the light head on, right? Can you block the light head on? What if the light was coming this way? What can I do with the light? Did I alter the light? Now watch it. Oh, shit. You heard that from me. I just spilled all my tea. But lucky me, it only got everything in the back. Thank God I got a backup tea right over here. Let me get some Kleenex to clean that up. Fooling around too much. Oy, 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 eh? Fooling around too much. I think I'm a little bit knocked up, a little bit tired. You know, if this was 3 years ago, right, wherever I'd walk, people would go, oh, no, keep away from me. Keep away from me. Aye. Just give me a minute. Let me clean this up over here. Just let me clean this up. You know, when you don't keep up to your cleaning just keeps up to you, right? Let me just clean that back here. Okay, we're back in business. Like the page, tap the like. Let's get this advanced. Let's share. Let's ask some questions here. What is numerology? That's a very good question. It's probably the hardest question in the world. I'm going to explain to you what I believe is numerology. First of all, I don't believe that numerology should be alone. Numerology is an association. Okay, let me see if I can make this stuff up. What I do at numerology. What most people do with numerology is they associate things and they give you the analytics, right? But they don't tell you how these analytics came to be. So numerology is giving a position to every dot and every dash and every shape and every planet and every word. understanding what the number is itself and how it is to be used can help you with the analogy, okay, of the words, because we don't know what a word is until we understand the letters that are in the word, the numeric value that connects to the word, and the definitions created from human mankind of that word, counting every single game that we play. With this, all games that have been created with numbers, have been used, and they use words for definitions for their analogy. So I use the analytics of the analogy, okay, of every single word to understand how that word can be used in creation. Because if we are, as spoken through many, many Bibles, right, that I've understood and heard in Bibles, that it is said somewhere along these lines, they use the word, I am the word, I am this, I am that, who is that I am. All these terminologies, right, have been used. And if I was to create a game, I would create that game, and everything about that game would have to be about my creation. So I created it in a fashion for what? If I was the Lord and I needed more help, I would create a machine, and the machine would help me. And then I'd ask the machine to memorize it for me by putting in some sort of Excel. So the machine would memorize it for me. So when I say to the machine, what did I do yesterday? I would organize the machine so it would spit out 5 different things that I did. And then everything I did would have its own page to explain what each thing means and when everything means. So I would create that. And then I says, oh my God, it can talk to me. It can hear me. Can I make the machine walk and think like me? Can I put myself in the machine and mechanically be here, here, and here? Why don't I just make a fleshy robotic exactly like me, except just to understand that all of me's are only what the most of me is, just because I can move just like the machine. I am the power. I am the energy. I am just a thought that moves the mechanics of the arc. That's all I am. I can be anything and everything because I am the creator of the game. I stepped into the womb and I live. Numerology will untackle the science of misunderstanding the misrepresented words. We'll tell you an alternative story, and then you'll have to say, well, man said that story. Yes, we are living in the conscience, in the belly of creation. Our choices are there, right, and shared amongst, right, the conscience, the global conscience, for the one effect that we are all, and all is transparent. The only thing is that is private is something that is private, is your own personal thing, that if it can be shared, not your own personal life. If you found something that's new, you're going to share it with somebody else, and then they're going to decorticate whether it's going to help the survival or not, right? Our biggest thing of survival is to protect our memory, to protect our communication, and to be able to live anywhere and anything. I don't know, sounds good to me, right? Thank you, just sent the gift, thank you. Okay, the only thing I can do when it comes to a reading is I can do this right now, and if you'd like to help support the channel, that would be fantastic. Okay, there's no guarantees. I'm doing this. I do this off the cuff. I want to see what I come up with myself. Right, I can do that right now if you're ready. All I want is, and either you do it here, if you want to send it to me privately, that's fine. I can do it on here so everybody can judge my ways of thoughts. And just give me a minute. I have to blow my nose. So when I blow my nose with this, right, this will be the scroll. Yeah, I would need, okay, well, you didn't have to give me your whole name and address because that's like a little dangerous, like for the AI to see it. So just put it out like if I say birthday, you can put out your birthday year, because people will take your name and do something with it, and I don't want that to happen. But I'm going to write that down and see what I get out of this. Okay, so you have this. So you right away in your first name, it can also be Edward. Okay, you have that in the third ward in bronze. So there's two of it. There's two of what you are. And in both your names inside of Eddie and Edward, it's 5445, both of the female sign in creation. Okay, it doesn't mean anything. It just means within the heart. You're born within the heart in two systems. It could be the split and left heart, the split and the right heart. The double D, okay, coming together, and the DW coming together, which is very cool because it's 454, which means you have it seems like what is a keen eye, okay, for not running into too many stop signs. But it also says that when you have the two Ds, you're also, if you're touching the left and you're touching the right and the center, it seems like you're always connected everywhere around you. Whatever you do, you always see the way out. That's what the hexagon does, right? And when there's a way out, there's always a way in, but the octagon will tell you about stoppage, right? And I'm not sure what award you got, but you could have got the Sun Ward, right? Born into the house of the rising sun. The word Eddie or die is 8, and you have 2 E's and wow, 2 E's and 2 D's. Again, it's showing me like I mean, I could be 100. Either I'm going to be like very close to 90% right, or very close. It's going to be 90% wrong. But I don't think I'm going to hit that in between at all, just with your name. Okay, and you're born under a crossing star also as well. Okay, you're also born into the mirror world. So I'm not sure if that means things are always happening twice with you. I don't know if it's Eddie or Edie, right? Now I'm going to work on to Ledsman. The ma at the end is telling me you begin with the le, you finish with the ma. I'm not sure if it's the L or the al, that's the male or the female, but you end up at another gateway in the sun under LED, right? The L is 3, the D is 4, the E is 5. That is 12. So again, you're running a full cycle in your name, right? You also run now your beginning of your name. It's a 7-letter word. Okay, so it's going to be 232 or 313. Again, you are at the heart of everything. It seems like everything balances well around you. I don't know why you would need a reading, is what I would tell you right now. I don't know why you would need a reading at all. You finish off with the end of a word, which is the beginning of the word, which tells me that your Mars soul, your male soul, okay, that ends your word, is actually for the followers of the moon, would be the beginning of the word. So you would begin with soul, okay? In fact, you would begin with soul in your birth, because when you finish off with SMA, right, or not the SmackDown, it can also be looked at as 33, which is rotation, which is your birth rotation in the sun. I'm trying to figure out if you have an easy time of rotating into something new and making changes. Because in one part of your name, it's really cool because of the 5s and the 4s in your name. Like listen to this. I'm going to do your name in numbers for Ledesma. Okay, it's 3, 5, 4, 5. Now the S is going to connect your MA. It's going to give you wings, okay? The S is a connection. It's either going to be like this, the connection, or like this, the connection. But again, it connects 2 wings together to the E world. So you have a good rotation into your soul. Wow. I don't know, but I never really liked that word, Edward, right? But I see it a little bit different, right? The third world sun. Now, 7/12/65. Wow, I really like those. Are not my favorite numbers for some reason. I never really liked those numbers. Okay. You're born again. You're going to show a window to the house of Mars through either the lunar moon or any one of the alpha beta moons. Okay. It might be all the moons. The reason for that is 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 is what's going to equal to your 7 and 12. Your creation from that on your first level is going to be the 13, right? The 13 is the monopoly game, which means we have the trains as interference. We're blocked in this house, this house, this house, or this house within that word. But you have a lucky connection born on the 12th, right? 7 and 12 is that 19. You minus the 12 from the 7. You have the 5. You're in the E world. So again, you have your easy way out. It's not 7 of the 13, right? And 7 and 13 is another one. But you're born under, again, another doorway. The 12, the 7 by 12 is 84, so that's going to be Pluto. It's going to be the third moon, or it's going to also be what is the 336th day, which is 12 moons passing. Okay, 12 moons passing is the 336th day. 3, 3, and 6, which either gives you 3, 3, 6, and 6. When you have 66 coming together, you're going to be showing a passing gate. Let me see if I have the picture for that. I can even show you, hold on a second, what I'm talking about. The left side, the right side, the center. Here is you standing up. Here is your 12 going forward. Okay? The 7th gate, I need to understand whether or not I put it here or whether or not I put it here. I need to create a 7th gate. See, there's a 7th gate here and a 7th gate here, and you're in between that 7th gate in the divided sun system. You're going to look this way, you're going to look this way, you're going to look behind you. You're always seeing something somewhere. I want to see if I have that star with me here. Here, whoop. 7th gate, the heart of the 7th gate divided by the sun. The D world to one side, the B world connecting both. Flip this upside down, put it to the center of your column of your back. Call this the 2 cheekbones of your butt. Call this, both of them, call them the moons connected to the one sun and the lunar sun that's sitting in between the 7th gate of our 68 life. It's 68 here and it's 68 here. And in between here, I have to understand what it's going to say. I didn't do this calculation yet, right? You can see what's happening with the A, right? It can be split. To this side, it's going to be the E world. When you bring everything out to here, you're going to put the 3 lines. It's going to be a shorter line, right? Look at this as on an angle. Inside of here, when you split it with the I, it becomes the F, because this line gets added onto the exterior line, and this line doesn't add on at all. The F will end over here, right over here. This line doesn't get added on, or it'll get added on as a foot to the F, as the short line. But here your E and F are going to join to one side. That's your 11. I'm assuming if that happens, it can also be the D. But if you're talking about the left world, we'll go D and D. We're talking about the right world, since you're in the center, we'll talk F and F. If you want to talk about both worlds, we'll talk about DEF, connection of the E World Federation. DEF equals to 15, 5, 5, 5. When you connect your 5, 5, 5, it becomes 5, 10, 15, the letter O. Your connection of the letter O, the reverse is the letter L. You connect it to one angle. Being connected to one angle is your 9 birth, and 9 divides the center of what created that circle. We live about somewhere over here in the minus sun. The 225 mark, 22.5, 45 is a Fox angle passage right over here. We've come from 216, the moon, to our 225, the birth. In between the 234 area where it resides to our vibration. Living between 9 and 9, the 180 degree and the 270 degree, the 90 degree and the 180 degree, depending which way you want to look at it. But living at the 225 area leaves us 135 over. 13.5 and 13.5 is the heart of the alphabet. 135 says ace, 135 says sun. the 13 and the 5 ball are the orange ball created by the yellow ball and the red ball, the 13.5. So where am I with the, okay, so the date of birth wasn't 7/12. Okay, so let me get that. 6/4, Zion, Israel, monkey. So just in the numbers alone, before I do anything, I will tell you that you're born on the 180-degree plane between the three worlds over here. When they changed it, okay, because of Saturn square, your birth now starts in the 1 position and ends in the 9 position, or starts in the 7th position and ends in the 3rd position. There are more than one reading of the numbers coming down because of how we read it here, right? Because of how we read it here and how we read it here. The 1 down to the bottom right. The 7 down to the bottom right. When we do it with this way, we're counting up, and then the other one, we're counting down. When we count down, let me see if I can do this properly. When we count down, 7, 5, 3, we're counting by 2s. When we count up, okay, see that coming down top? Sorry, let's start at the 1. 1, 5, 9, 1 plus 4 plus 4. Now we go the other way, 1, 5, okay, look, bottom right to top left. We're going to go from the bottom left to top right. Bottom left to top right is by 2s. This one's by 4s. These dice cubes, this way or this way, telling you two different stories, telling you two stories, right? Telling you two stories. 2 times 2 is 4, by 2 is 8. So we have a minimum of 8 stories going on, combination stories of what's on what side. Here, this dice cube, for all that don't know, let me go on and finish off this. So 83 is going to be the monkey. They call the monkey once the 12 signs are up, whether it's the 12 months or anything to do with 12. Father and mother are located within the 12. They are a gateway. 12, the word is 87. 1 through 12 equals to 78. It's now going to create the mirror world that within October, the bear month, okay, we also have another 8 in octo. It is also the 3rd month reverse, October. 83, I said monkey because when we play blackjack, they're always calling for the dealer to bust out with a 22. They always want a 22. The 22 is getting a ring on this cube. So I'm not really sure what they're talking when they're saying getting a ring on this cube. We're talking about the half cycle of the moon. If you count them, there's always 14. But the question is, because you're 3 and 8, will I use the 3 sides and create all my 14s? And my first 2 14s, 28, equals to 1.5 cycles of the moon. It's going to represent Mars. Your heavens of creation, it's going to tell you the basic model. Your ABC 6 going through the gateway. The 1 spins around 8. So 83 is monkey, 83 is gold. Again, back to the center with the 8. You're born in the 1900s. All of us born in the 1900s are born under the 57 moon, but born under gold. We're born under the gold. We're born under control. They're controlling the silver matrix. The 1983 is going to give me 21, which is 3. So you're going to have 3, 4, 6. You're 3, 4, 6. You're 7, 7, 6, 4. Wow. Your word says God in it. Your birthday will say God. It'll say dog. It'll be anything to do with 3. Sorry, did I say that right? 3, 4. Yes. Your reverse of your birthday will say God. It will say dog. So if it's the reverse, then your reflection would probably be towards me is you're looking at a higher source. You're looking out, or you have the ability to find that higher source. I'm asking myself that. 3, 4, and 6 is going to be 13. So the higher source, and I believe it's going to have good judgment because it divides itself through the gold, through the sun system, meaning the sun system is a connection of 3 moons. So it's going to be a 3 connect, somebody always touching one thing, and then to a main floor. So you're going to be able to dissect where the truth is between the 3. It even told me that about your name within the sun. So you're going to be 3 and 4 is 7 and 6 is 13. Your life path is 4. So they say, of course, 4 is for the policeman, and 4 is going to go along with 10. So it's going to be towards communication. But there's a great separation in the communication towards the 7th gate. It's going to be 4 and 3 and 4 and 3. It's going to be 3 plus 4 and 10 minus 3 to create that 7th gate separation. So you have 2 worlds, okay, that can think within their own before they come to the 7th gate, but they're far away from each other. They're the greatest of far away, but it means communication. The furthest away, so that means perhaps you can have reflection with everything in between. And that 4 and 6 coming together is a cold operator. It's a cold operator, number 43. Sorry, 34 is blue cold. Now, if it was baby blue, it'd be a little bit different. Okay, and I'm not sure which blue it's going to be. If we want to start with 65 also, let me see what month that was. Is that the June or is that April? June and April are different, okay? If it was June, it'll tell me one thing. If it's April, it's going to tell me about Taurus. And if it's June, it's my parents' anniversary. They were married 21 years on that day. They're going into their... whatever, 60th something, 65th year or something like that. So it's June, okay? So in June, you're going to be at your 180th day. So again, you have the heart of the heavens. You're looking inside and you can see all the way around you. You're also in the 7th month reverse. Again, you're like a chain holding on to both sides of the zodiac. You have the capabilities of doing that. Holding, and Libra is not there, but it's within these months. Now, it's not within Libra, but you still have that chain when it comes to the 12 months. But your June birth, being on the 6th, is going to be April 30th, April to May to June. Don't tell me what it is. Is it Leo? Are you born in Leo? No, you're born in, wait a second. No, that's a mistake. Holy shit. Wow. I can't believe I just said that. Why did I say, it's June, right? Did I say Leo? Did I say Leo? Wow. I know it's Gemini. Gemini is, wow, I'm so lost. Taurus, and then Gemini is in May, the end of May, and to the beginning of June is Gemini. Wow, why am I lost like that? Gemini, right, because of the months, how it mixes up between the months. I keep forgetting. I'm just trying to remember what they are. Would that be Gemini? Did I get that right? Gemini on May 26th would be Gemini. Yes, Gemini, what a beautiful sign. It's also the 5th sign. Again, the E world sign, the reverse is 7. Electric moon, communication, male and female. So again, you're always between the male and the female. You might be held up at exactly in the center of that gateway between 5 and 7, right? So you'd be the heavens of 8. You always seem to be in the middle of everything. Or is it just the way I'm reading it, right? And you want to break out, like I said, that 83 monkey, you want to break out 11. You want to break out into the other worlds. You're 11, you're 3 and 8, 11, you're 2 and 9, 11, you're 5 and 6, 11, right? You were born in what year? Let me read back on that again. Wow, I lost it. The wolf came in and he blew me. So right here, the wolf came in and blew me, right? And I think the wolf was from the Navy, not the Army, because if the wolf blew me from the Army, right, we'd have to have Army green. Except I believe, whoa, the whole paint just spilled on my pants. I believe it's from the Navy. You tell me it's from the Army or the Navy. I want to know where that wolf is from. Green is 49, blue is 40. They both represent the number 4. Although one adds up to a 13, Okay, which means, look at that, the top fell out. You want to know where it fell? That's right, on my lap. On my lap. Just fell on my lap. And look at that, fell on my hands and on my lap. Look at that. And it fell over here on my lap. Look at that. Somebody says, how do you get all that paint all over you? I'm saying it just falls. It just comes out of nowhere. Look at that. Look at that. Well, I better not pull my pants too high. I might be a girl for a minute. Okay, so yeah, and I just got to take this off. I don't know. Maybe from the Navy and the Army, right? But no matter what, right? So I got green and blue. So what's going to happen, right? What's going to happen? I don't know how to get the blue out of those, right? So where are we right now? Yeah, so again, I want to get back to this blue. Apparently, right? The wolf blew me away. There we go. I have to leave at least one spot, right? You know why? When one wolf blew me away, the other wolf walked up, and you know what the wolf said to me? He says, "You're a little green, Sonny." He says, the third wolf came up to me and said, "You're spot on." I said, "Thank you." So the wolf is number 56, which is 2 28s. The cycle of our moon is 28. Therefore, since we run with the Mars moons as well, that would be 28 and 28 equals 56, and that's 2 moons. One moon becomes the lamb. The lamb is also number 28. Air is number 28. The cycle we run is number 28. Who are we to the wolf as the lambs we are that we might be? The access gold. Yes, I have the, so then if we want to look at our access, we have to look at our Visa. Then we can take out the MasterCard, the Visa card, the American Express card, because everything might be man-made. Thank you, Wandering, for sending me the beating heart. And you know what's funny about the beating heart? Hola, big is the land beach. The beating heart. You know, when you see it with the program, you see the heart pulling itself out and the area here getting condensed. That's also part of creation. All of what has ever been created through us, living in the womb, breathing the air of creation, made for us to breathe. So if our conscious is outside and we're made to breathe the conscious, then we're breathing in the conscience of creation, and we are just the processors of that conscious. We are just the, what they call the little ants of the big creator. We are the roaming puppets with a beating heart. You know what's funny is I don't have any red with me. And actually, I did have some red. When I began, I started reading. And then when it was over, everyone said, "Have you read?" And I said, "Yes, I read." "How about, do you have any 8s? "No, I already ate." "Did you eat?" "No, I already ate." "No, that one didn't come out round." How come I can't make these dots any better? What, like, oh my God. Oh my God, it must be that season. I know it must be that season. It's the winter season, right? It's the winter season. I'm out of practice. Okay, let me just put a few more dots there. Now we can go. Now we're ready to connect the dots. Well, this is a Christmas show for the ABCs, is it not? Jiminy crickets. You know what the crazy thing is at the beginning, for 40 years, you know, I couldn't understand that. connection between the good Lord and us? How does God have a connection with all of us? And now I'm truthfully understanding that although we can hurt in this life, it's actually a cartoon life that we live. Because after we get knocked out, suffer, and die, we can come back again. Just like the cartoon characters, or you're playing your games and all of a sudden the character dies and you get another life. That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. Hold on. I'm feeling a connection. What is it? So now you can see I went from one side of my brain, I came around in the center, went all the way back. So anything that's in the pool over here, when my head starts to boil, it comes out of the pool and it comes to my right side of my brain, okay, shifts back to my left eye as I keep breathing through my mouth, and now I remember. Just because of the proper design in there, I had to draw it out and share it for everybody. Yes, to respond in the pond that they're lying. You see, I need the one side and the other side. So let me go on and see where I was not. Right here, we're going to just show you why I said that. Here is going to be a letter R. Here is going to be a letter R, and then we're going to live here. If you look at this design, right, the ace letter in the deck of cards, you know what's funny? So if we take a look at the the A letter, right? Look here. Look here, right here. See that? It shows me. Remember, we get things in you know, it would be so nice to hear some nice sounds, you know, just those nice sounds, you know, nice. I never told anybody this, or I didn't mention, or I forgot, but I've never shared that I have one of the drum set from the Rolling Stones. I was just using it now, and I was going to show you the Rolling Stone drum set. There it is. Rolling Stone drum set. I'm going to tell you one of my favorite tastes, and I just found out just now that it's one of my favorite. A big drop of oregano in hot tea with pure honey, real honey, scooped up with a wooden spoon that was well washed and then put away before I grabbed out some more honey and put it into the honey bowl. The honey goes with the bear. Now the bee comes out and it buzzes all around the flowers, and the bears are out also, right? And the bear is asleep for 3 seasons. Sorry, is awake for 3 seasons, and the bear sleeps for 1. Can we relate that to the 24-hour day? Can we relate that to the 4 seasons or the 4 zodiac signs? That when we come into the bear season and the syrup runs down from the tree, that the bear goes to sleep starting on December 21st. and the bear wakes up in springtime on March 21st. Is that right? To January to March 21st. So the bear wakes up on March 21st about and goes to sleep for the whole winter. So that means when the bear goes to sleep, right? When the bear goes to sleep, is that in Sagittarius? I'm in Libra, and then Scorpio in November, and then yes, the bear goes to sleep in Capricorn, and the bear sleeps in Capricorn, and the bear sleeps in Aquarius, and the bear sleeps in Pisces. And right after Pisces, the bear awakens in Aries. So what is the bear doing while it sleeps? On 75 electric, off 25 earth. On 75 electric, off 25 earth. When you get to 75 and 25, 1/4 and 3/4, it doesn't actually work that way. When you have 25, we need 85. What about our creation, our wing of creation? Also, what we have to do to the numbers is we need to make all the numbers, because of the star system, connect to 10. When we have 25, we're going to have 8 and 2, 10, 5 and 5, 10. When we have 75, I'm going to write it down. This is what happens. The bear is up all summer long for 9 months. 3 months it goes to sleep. That when we bring it to its perfection, we need 35 electric company, the heart of the cube, in those 9 months. But in the months that it's off, we need the matrix. The E-world heavens has to come into the world, into the month of December. When we have the time range that comes on for 3/4 of time over 60 seconds, it'll be on for 45 seconds. It'll be off for 15. The 2, 3, 4 vibration comes with inside the fox house. Here we have the horse. Here we have the 7th inning stretch. Here we have what is 876 connecting to 2, 3, 4, connecting our basic of the star systems between this number over here. The bear awake and asleep. The 45 seconds will represent 3/4. The 15 will represent 25%. 15 represents Mars. 25 represents Earth. When you represent Mars, you have the fox passage. You have the electric gateway. The male and the female. Here is where the sun comes in. I have the male and the female, through the moon, through the action of the moon, through the awakening. 5 and 7 is actually 13 and 12. Thirteen is going to equal to 7. 12 is going to equal to 5. 57, 75, connecting the gateway, the separation between 6 and 6. The 5 connects to your 6. That will be the electric part of you coming to this life. That will be the 5. When the 2 moons, right? When the 2 moons, okay, 5 and 2 moons equals 7 of Mars. And that's your 2 moon, 5 minus the 2 moons of Mars will equal to your 3 creation. Your 7 and 3 coming here. Your 5 and 2 coming here. Here's your June 4th over here. Your 5 plus and your 5 minus. Your 20% okay? Or your T minus counting the E world, where you're passing of the star. Let me see. Here's our hexagon passing, no more than 6. We connect 1 and 9 with 2 and 8 cycle to the creation of the 7th gate, Earth and Uranus. Venus comes into the heavens. Your birth moves into the E world, residing between 2 and 8 as 5, or between 4 and 6 as 5. Although it is your 9 birth, you live in the E world under the created sun, under the divided sun, A, E, and I. A, E, and I lives, the heart of I and E, okay, is A. Living into the mirrored planet, 414. The sun is within your heart. Your base creation is 3 and 6. At the same time, you will note on one side of the wall is 2, 9, 11 to 3, 8, 11 to 4 to 5, 6, 11. Your 5, 6, 11. When you connect, if you want to connect the 7th gate, you're going to have to be standing up like this. You cross from 1 to 9 to 3 to 7 to 2 to 8. You connect 5 and 6. If you wanted to do it the other way, it'd be the 4 and 5. You're 1, 8, 2, 7, 4, 5. All 9s. We don't use a 9. To what is your 2, 9, 3, 8, 5, 6, which are all 11s, and we never use the 1. Your 9, 11 coming together. The bow tie. Do you see that bow tie? You see that bow tie that brings the 3, 6 with the 7, 4? Give me a second. I'm going to warm up some more tea. I'm going to come back. I'm going to finish off that bow tie. And thank you very much for all the hearts and all the love that bring, that enlighten my work, because it takes a lot of energy, and I don't want to, I don't like to fake it and say, hey, you know what? Yeah, I just do this out of, live, I do it maybe out of my heart, right? And I find that I'm in desperate desire, right, to bring love amongst the people, to stop picking up all these crazy things. Thank you. To stop picking up these weapons, okay? And to stop fighting, to just stop. In order to suffer one last time, maybe we shouldn't leave our house. Maybe it's the time to just stay home. Maybe this is the time to just stay home and only feed the children. Only take care of the children now. Now, all of us, we're 99%. Let's take care of the children now. Take care of your friend now. Don't leave the house and don't go out for dinner. Bring home the food now. If we don't learn to suffer for 30 days, imagine what it'll be like suffering every year, year after year. When will we stop? When will we stop? Because with our decisions, times 2. For every decision you make, times 2. And that is the bare minimum. Because when you make a decision, your frequency sends off the wave. And then when we all start sending off the wave, we live in this game. This game, you came to visit this channel. My channel is a game. And in my game, when you stand and do nothing, it sends off alarm bells that no one's moving in the game. Is the game over? Has it ended? Do we call in the troops? Do we need to shake up the game? This game is vibrating. As it vibrates and screws itself forward, it brings information. The information is spread out amongst the zodiac star system, amongst the constellations. And over time, in binary code, 1, 2, 4, 8, and 8. brings it over to the 7-7 gate, brings it over to 14, 5 and 5, and back to 1 again because we let the bow tie control us. I'll be back. Let me draw this little picture for you. We live in the house of 88, the house of bow ties. We saw the bow tie on the bottom of 9/11. We're now here are the bow ties at the top. 88. 369, 88. The bow ties, and no matter which way you go, it's always going to be all the way around 88. Is that not your Star of Bethlehem? Let me see if I can connect these together. I'm trying to see which way these connect together. Just give me a second. I need a very clear color or a very dark color. I prefer a very clear color. I don't know if I'll find one. I'm trying to see which way this was supposed to be done. I'm going to have to change the page and redo this. Just give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then six by 12 by 6. The multiple lines on the Star of David, that when you look at these, it looks like this, but it's an illusion because each one is going to hold on to one of those bow ties. The star also is going to be created. I'm going to try and see if I can do this properly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So skip one here, skip one here. Hold on, let me do this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I hit this one, I skip 2, I go here. I skip 2, I go here. I skip 2, I go here. 1, skip 2, 1, skip 2, 1 between 2, between 2, between 1. Then what I do is I hit the first one, I skip 2, I hit that one, I skip, wow. I skip 1, is it 3? I go 1, 2, 3, yes, 1, 2, 3, okay, I go over here, 1, 2, 3, I go over here, 1, okay, I got it over here. I think I did it. When you look at this design, you're going to see it looking that way or looking that way, right? This one, you'll see it looking that way. So what happens to this is it needs to get split in half. Okay, you're going to have a right angle and a left angle. Let's see if I can find it somewhere else. I'm not doing it very good right now. Maybe I have it done already somewhere. Oh, I definitely know I have it done somewhere, that's for sure. Okay, it's not here. Okay, I think I have it in my phone. Just give me a second. Oh, I know I have it somewhere. Just give me a second. I'm going to find it. Just give me a second. Oh, let me look it up. Let me look it up. Wow, all they're showing me. Oh my God. They don't even give me my name when I press it in. Wow, they won't give me my name. I don't know why. Okay, I'm not finding it right now, but I will tell you what it is. That when you connect 1, 4, and 7 triangle, and then you move over and connect 2, 5, and 8, it will show you a triangle that bends like this. When you connect 1, 4, and 7, when you connect 1, 4, and 7 with 2, 5, 8, 1, 4, and 7 with 3, 6, 9, 2, 5, and 8 with 3, 6, 9, you will see 3 different angles of the Star of David. The letter A is a division. I call it the dividing sun. I don't call it the dividing sun for anything. I call it because the word sun, here's the ace letter. Underneath the ace, I can connect an area here, right? I take off one area here, or I don't have to. I just split it down the center. I have this side and I have this side. Now, when they call it 360 degrees, but our day is 1,440 minutes, so it's more than 360 degrees. They say it's 86,400 seconds, which is, I don't remember what it is, 360 times something. Let me see. 86,400 divided by 360 is 240, just like the 240 minutes in a day. Right? There's a whole bunch of calculations, and they're all perfect calculations. In the Army, we walk like this, and in the Army, private, you have no privacy. When you're a private, that's why you're a private, no privacy. And when it's general, it's none of your business. So it's none of your business, but in privacy, it's all of their business. So if you call yourself a private citizen, then you have given your privacy away. I am a general. I am an officer. I am an officer and a gentleman. Well, that sounds cool. I can make a movie just like that. I'm an officer and a gentleman. I haven't been called that before. Okay, I'm going to show you different ways of connecting also the star system. And the reason for connecting this star system is the sine wave, okay, is a flexible wave, right? But when you're in the center of a singular area space here, you can only go up and down, so it creates that. When you pull one arm all the way down, right, you must do this or this. This means go to the right, come to the left, go to the right. Down to the right, down straight, over to the right. Over to the right, down to the left, over to the right. That's if you're moving. If you're not moving, all right, if you don't want to move down, you can just move back up or back over this way, telling you the reality in that situation. When you're looking at 12, this is what happens. You have two groups of 6 perfectly divided, or what you're going to do is you're going to have the center here of 6 with 3, 6, 3, where the heart is in with your creation. When you're awake, you have this with these two on your side. When you're asleep, you have the doubled up area. When you're working with 12, you sleep with a belt on. 2, 4, 6 when you're asleep, and all these when you're awake. Now, I'm not sure if it's going to be, you see, it's supposed to be like this, right? But the reality is you're plugged into the earth. You get the other row in your birth. You're 9 to the birth, and all of a sudden you're 12. You start off with 1 here, you end up with 3 over here. Here's your 12th area. 9 and 12 connect together. I'm going to show you the floor. I'm wondering if you understand, the stripes on the flag, on this flag. You understand those stripes? One of the reasons is the multiple levels of the cube. Let me see if I can. We have different crossings. You see the 8, 10, 8, 10, 8, Roman numeral 24. Is that where your gateway comes in over here? See this combination here and this combination over here? Then there's the singular row that goes this way is going to represent Earth. Coming down this way is going to represent Mars. Earth is going to have a separation within the beating line of life, not the dead line of sleep. Mars gets a 4 area, Earth gets a 3 area. So these are because of movement. All these are because of movement. 1, 5, and 9 connecting to 4, up to the corner, through 5, and into 6. This is a Mars connection. This would be more or less an Earth connection, but I still have to go over these because what happened is things got turned this way, which made Mars Earth and Earth Mars in the context of the association. So Capricorn, yes, Capricorn began, yes. So Capricorn, we go to sleep. We're going to sleep in Capricorn, and what happens in Capricorn is we're going to awaken, okay, the instincts within Capricorn of what is Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and Cancer. But because we are not in those months, if we awakened the reverse of that reality, would we be bringing in Sagittarius, although we came into Sagittarius again? Which way are we going? Or are we taking Capricorn and we're going this way from Capricorn back to Sagittarius and we're going forward into Aries, right? We come here, see, in the game of pool, in one of my designs, the minute I got to the 13 ball, both 13 balls met here. But this 15 ball went over here, and this 15 ball went over here. So 15 and 15 met here when you were designing for the game of pool. Getting a little tired looking through the instruments of creation. If you're first time here and you want to see the basics of connecting numbers, they are here. I need 2 different ones of these. I need 2 different ones of these. I need one kind of this and a straight line, right? The 5th house, 5, 14, 23, 32. Also, the 5th house is going to be 5, okay, 10, 15, 20. There's different ones. Here is going to be 88 on the boardwalk. 66 meets over here. When it meets here, it meets at the 8th area, connecting the 7th gate. It's the Monopoly game. The corners are going to belong to Mars, visiting jail, in jail, free parking, collect 200, all results of Mars. This is going to be resembling what is the Earth. There's going to be 4 stars minimum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's going to be a minimum of 8 stars that are going to be surrounding this over here. I can't get into the artwork right now. My computer's down, and we need a couple of computer scientists who can build me a formulation of what I speak about. You want to talk about M and M or M and N? You notice in here, the M as a passage within its own house. If I would have went with the N would have continued all the way over here and then up. The N, double N or Heinz is going to create Union Jack. It's either M and N or N and N. Like I said, this is the design. And N can be created in one area. Therefore, there can be a cycle running between one cube. If a cycle can run between one cube, the N can be that cycle, your cyclical moon that runs between. But the M cannot. Neither can the V. The Z can run in one house. Do you follow what I'm saying? Because in order to create this, I need to shift over to the next house. And it's showing me part of the sine wave within. You see the way it goes up and down? Raphael 7286 in a constellation of Pegasus. Let's share. Let's just share. Help out the channel. Somebody brought me 1 million grains of salt yesterday. Somebody brought me 3 million pieces of rice. I ended up with my pepper shaker, and I had billions of particles of pepper, and lo and behold, they blew it into the air, and I awoken. I want to thank you all for being here, for the flowers and everything. The best gift I can get is to share this information, and let's bring what they call that Jesus Christ, Allah, Muhammad, God. Let's bring that item home. Okay, it's installed in all of us, and only when we stand for the truth will we force the element to appear, not the element of the Christ or the God or the Allah, because that resides inside of you. The way you act, okay, how you act, how you think is the power of the Christ within you. We are divided amongst the sun system, thinking there's somebody magical out there. But guess what? There is somebody magical out there, because the system was built and you're alive and we're living in it. And we see the difference of our creation. We are the hands of the Creator. If we sat down and didn't move for 60 days, if we can all hold on to our breath for 60 days, although the plumbing may not work, although the electricity may not work, although the hospitals might shut down. So do you see the consequences? Because there are no consequences, because if nobody's collecting taxes, you're still living. Nobody's taking anything away from you if you sit home, except you must have the food. You must be ready to go poop ski outside. Things might get a little stinky, but at the end, things will be regulated when you know you are the power of the Christ. You are the Alaout between all. Choose right. Thank you for watching. Regardless how you choose, it's coming upon us in the future. It's how we handle it. Hold tight. Thank you for watching this video. Thank you. Thank you, Wandering. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Whoop, I'm going to press my screen. Thank you. Over and out. Thank you.